Okay. So, I believe everything should be working now. Welcome, guys, to what is going to be session 1 of our starting campaign, which is tentatively called, currently, the Guardians of the Gateway. And, we're gonna, this is kind of like a big experiment. It's our first time taking a really narrative event of this size and kind of breaking it down. We are going to play for a couple of hours today, see how far we get. But the intention is behind this is that this is a West Marches style campaign. So ultimately there is a start, there is an end planned, and we will try to respect that as much as possible from session to session. Alright? You guys have had some time to shape your characters and get your backstories in order. And we're going to give you guys an opportunity in a moment here to share a glimpse of that with the... not just with me, but with those of you who are here witnessing our first session 1. And with that said, oopsies, there we go. It is time for a round of introductions. Ladies and gentlemen, we see the screen fades to black and rolling clouds off in the distant horizon as we are spiraling through the air at a tremendous speed. A sweeping vista as we descend through the clouds, and down we see, in golden emblazoned letters, "This time on D&D." Starring, and it sweeps over to Bargy. What do we see?
Well, standing before the audience would be what almost looks like a sickly-looking dwarf. As strange as that sounds, dwarves often known for their robust and hardy nature. Slightly pale of skin, perhaps even the slight touches of jaundice, but still a magnificent, flowing, long, deep red beard. Dressed in what maybe were decent robes at one point, but now clearly showing wear and tear from who knows how many days, weeks, months of travel. The typical adventurer's attire. You find your common backpack, your bedroll, a nondescript quarterstaff being used. While some may use this for defense, it seems it is almost being used as well to keep this dwarf on their feet in a way. You can see just the exertion of this journey showing on their face, a bit of sweat on their brow. Looking about, and as they turn and view around, the slight jangle of other contraptions on them. Perhaps even the spine of a component pouch, it seems. And a dusty, old, thick tome chained to their side upon a belt. Stepping through with another dwarf by them. Possibly related? Who can say?
All right. Next we see, stepping into the frame, a lithe female dancing with a gossamer angel wings tied to her back like some sort of theatrical costume. She's on stage wearing a toga covered head to toe in lapis lazuli jewelry. She seems to be reenacting some sort of great tragedy before an audience. She feigns fainting, putting her wrist over her forehead, and people begin to throw roses from the audience in this great pantheon of toga-wearing individuals. Golden letters appear under the name Pythia, the Prophetess. The camera then swings on over to where basic lone wolf. You may give your introduction.
All right. What you see here is, well, a human, but an odd-looking human is the best way to describe it. You see that half his hair is short-cut, but half of it is black, half of it's white. Look at his eyes. He has one normal, blue eye. But the right eye is black, but not totally black. The iris itself is white with a black pupil. And then you see him dressed in hide armor, have a shield ready, almost always, with a weapon on his side. Notice he has one glove on and, well, no glove on the other hand. And around his neck is a amulet of a skull imprinted, a small skull imprinted on a triangle, but not a real one.
All right, excellent. And up next, Boom Tonic.
All right. You see a half-elf cleric wearing a tabard emblazoned with a golden sun, and he has a cooking skillet in hand. He expertly seasons a rack of ribs with holy oils before casting a sacred flame upon the meal. And the camera pauses, and the letters Ciro Sinistun, culinary cleric of the light. #bless.
That perfect. Awesome. Terrific. And the camera then swings over to Broken Star Wish.
Yes. A dwarf walks through the portal. Not particularly tall, not particularly short for his race. But his armor seems to be well worn. And in fact, there's even some recent damage, recent battle scarring to it, that he has attempted to fix on his own. He holds a shield on his back and an axe strapped to his waist. And besides the armor, the most obvious feature is a pure white blindfold over his eyes. He seems to have combat experience as a fighter, and he seems to have a deep frown on his face, as though immensely unhappy at something. And yeah, that's about it, actually. Yeah.
All right, terrific. Thank you. D-Mystic, you're on. You may give your intro description.
All right. Whatever happened to predictability? The camera pans through a temple of dwarven priests and clerics. The walls adorned with iconography devoted to Torm and Tyr. The dwarves busy tending to the forges, ale, other bits of the temple. The milkman, the paperboy, evening TV. The sounds of hammers pounding against wood and stone echo as we pan out to the yard, where a large half-orc is practicing his warcraft with his large warhammers, one in each hand. He kind of looks around, wipes sweat off his brow. A very strong guy. Seems to be missing something. We don't know what yet. And he kind of waves by to the dwarves as he sets along the trail. He kind of gives a look back as we hit our freeze frame. Alabaster, the Unchosen.
Alabaster, the Unchosen. It freezes on you for a moment there before fading on to the next. Hamel, you may give your character description as well.
Dwarven ancestry continues with their vibes. This time around, a real dwarf appears, and you see a Yawful dwarf one that's just really bulky, even for a dwarf. And you can see his armor adorned with with color green that symbolizes his clan, and he has a bushy brown beard. I'm sorry, and he has this look of ambition and zeal to prove himself, and that's how he steps out.
Excellent. Thank you. Right. Hunter, you're up.
All right. And you see a human man named Bernard. Bernard, what can you say about him? He's a grizzled man that looks like he has weathered a few storms through his life. Although grizzled, he definitely looks like he is solid as a rock, 7 feet tall, 240 pounds. Not a single hair on his head, but makes up for it with a full, bushy beard that is dark red. Wearing leather and carrying a wooden rod in one hand and a shield taken from a tree trunk in the other. Raised by dwarfs, he believes he is a dwarf himself, but his past is clouded. Bernard seems as he is from the wild. Some call him a beast for his stature, but he seems to be looking for something. What? He does not know exactly. Something to do with his past.
Excellent. Thank you. Jug of Juice.
All right. So out through the portal pops a rather tall, looks like it's an elf. He's wearing robes, so you can't really see too much aside from a strikingly blue, almost Oni-looking mask. The big gold letters with the name Dr. Akula coming out. Kind of walks through and pulls off his hood. The mask still staying fixed, but a kind of auburn mohawk is adorning the top of his head as his spear, linked with different seashells and other nautical themes, just kind of dangles on his back.
Excellent. All right, JWT, you are up.
A man steps through the portal. He's wearing a leather breastplate and a coat with a cowl covering his face completely. All that can be seen is his chin, clean shaven. He looks around shiftily as though to say, "Is there anyone here who may attack me?" He walks off the portal and down into the waiting area. He has a crossbow on his back and a backpack, as though he has traveled a long way. What is his backstory? Where is he going? No one knows.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Master Ghost, you're up.
You see before you another half-orc clad in chainmail. A weapon that I can't remember. Strung across his arm. A glaive. Pale green with brown hair and a nice beard. Makes dwarfs envious. He is a paladin, and as he's walking, you can see Alabaster in front of him, trying to leave, but he won't leave without me. We make our journey together.
All right, terrific. Up next, we got Prestonio. The camera wheels over to Crom.
So, as the half-orc enters through the portal, looking completely disinterested in what's going on, as he currently has his right index finger halfway up his left nostril, trying to obviously find something in there. He's currently wearing what you would call hand-me-downs. Everything looks worn. He has scars up and down both of his arms, scars across his left face, one of his tusks, completely ground down, maybe to not look like the half-orc that he is. On his back, he has his favorite weapon, his cutter, as he calls it, which is his two-handed great axe.
Excellent. One second, Prestonio. One moment, guys. Hey, Doc. Good to see you guys. Welcome. This is kind of like an experimental thing that we're starting with. We're getting down to Dungeons and Dragons with our community. It's a really big project that we're working on that's supposed to eventually run 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and allow people to just kind of like role play on their own. This is kind of our weekly event that we do, and it's kind of like session 1 or 0.5. I'm not going to be doing a lot of interaction with chat. Just letting you guys know because I'm going to be focusing my time on the players, but you're more than welcome to join us. Doc, I love you, guy. Thank you so much for stopping back in. I hope the rest of your day was great, and much respect to the rest of you and your community. Just letting you guys know that I'm going to be, like, you know, focusing on the rest of my players here because we've already got a lot of players, and it's going to take a long time. By the way, Doc, I'd love to play D&D with you sometime. I want to get some streamers in on this. I think it'll be a lot of fun to do some rotational campaigns. So, thank you again, guys, for stopping on in. Alright, sorry about that. Pro Gamer, it is now your turn to give your introduction.
Next out of the portal is a human well known amongst his own race as an actor of great repute. Dressed in the outfit of one of his more famous characters, but still looking unsure with the long, sleek sword he has in his hand. Hasn't had much training with that yet. He steps out seeking inspiration to try and further his own career.
I love it. Awesome. All right. So, and we fade to black. And the text, some time earlier, appears. Now this is going to be the part where, because with the massive amount of people that we have here, we're going to be doing our best to share the table. I'm going to we're just going to kind of see how it goes. The text log is also in the chat messages for people who are going to want it. Let me just get this. It's not the right one. One second, I'm just going through the music library real quick. Ooh, that's really slow. I keep forgetting that I can't play my actual playlist. I have to use Tailspires. So sorry about that, guys. All right. We begin. Each of you, respectively, received amongst your person over the last fortnight a crisp parchment that arrived on a rainy day, an impossibly rainy day. You don't remember much about the traveler, the messenger who arrived, or much about them other than the dark cloak that they had worn. But they had put an invitation into your hand, each and every one of you, respectively. Your deeds have not gone unnoticed, is what it said, along with a map and coordinates to a time and place that each respectively brought you to a stinking, wet marsh with high reeds and cat-o'-nine tails, biting flies, and all sorts of muck and mud. All of you began to converge together, noticing from across the way each of your arrival. If any of you guys have anybody that would be arriving together. Now, visually, I don't have this part of the board to represent the swamp part for right here. It's inconsequential. But for when it comes to you guys coming together, if you guys are in a group, you may make your initial arrival descriptions now, before we move forward. It begins to rain. It begins to pick up wind. A little bit of a chill in the air, and a very, very dull mist begins to roll around the swamp. And again, sloshing into view, you guys all become aware of each other. What do you do?
I don't know. I seem to have disappeared.
Which miniature was supposed to be yours?
I think it's the guy with the two swords.
Still recognizing voices. Which one? Who's this again?
This is JWT.
Note for next time, Prestonio, Discord overlay. Remind me. How's that? There we go.
Still can't see him.
Still can't see him?
I moved him and then he just disappeared.
He's not, like, right here on the temple thing?
Ah, yes, I think so.
Yeah, see if that works. Glances about the menagerie of those assembled. I take it y'all got a cryptic letter as well.
Tangent. Juggajuice can't grab his character.
Juggajuice can't grab his character. One second, guys. I should have paused and made sure that everybody had the ability to grab their guys. Where is he on here?
He's over on the far right side if you're looking at the portal. The hooded monk guy.
I'm trying to, like, pick him out in the... Oh, there he is. Ah, okay. Dr. Acula. Let me see.
That's because that's play.
That's because it's what?
Play J. They're using the same model.
Oh, did I not put them both down? Did I... There we go. So separate you two. Okay. And I'm going to move myself out of the way because I'm blocking the text from the chat on the side here. So players, not players, I'm sorry, viewers. This is the part where we're trying to strike a balance between everybody. We're trying to find a way that best promotes interaction. And text is a great way of doing that using the Tailspire's thing here. So people are going to be doing some descriptions through the text here and some speaking parts like with the Dungeon Master through voice. And kind of like playing it by ear. Alright? So it's letting you guys know and keeping you guys in the loop. Introductions appear to be short-lived as a clap of thunder overhead interrupts you all briefly. A flash of lightning and the first beginning pelts of rain. And just for you guys, you know, please continue to do your text-based play off to the side. I'm keeping note of what you guys are doing. If you guys want to request any actions about it, please, by all means, request that in voice, and we'll get right to you. So, the balance I need to strike with you guys, as I'm monitoring them, is how to make this entertaining for you guys, the viewers. Because, for me, the best immersive experience
again.
is paying attention to them.
I picked it up, and it just disappeared.
Okay, so I believe that if you move too far back, you're actually hitting the border of the actual board, and it deletes you.
Yes. As long as you move forward, you should come back.
Yeah, so so that was that Jugajuice again?
AW, I got him. You should be able to see it now, bud.
Yeah, so scoot forward a little bit.
Oh, I'm good.
Is there any way to make the character chatter larger? That's excellent feedback. I have provided that already to Tailspire, and the fact that you're voicing that helps validate that, and Tailspire checks in when we're doing stuff like this. So that's a very good suggestion. I did say that I want a way to emphasize, and I'll probably get a screen magnifier for it. That'd actually be a pretty good idea for that. Okay. I'm sorry, guys. Get back over here. Within the swampland now, as you guys all gather around in a circle, another flash of lightning signals overhead, and this one strikes a bolt of lightning directly amongst you all. Let's have everybody make a Dex saving throw. DC 10. After you've finished rolling, for those of you who have rolled a 10 or better, you're able to stand on your feet. But for those of you guys who failed, the ground trembles and shakes tremendously as bolts of lightning begin to rain down amongst your person. Blinding flashes of light and searing steam from the sudden change of temperature. You can feel the hairs rising on the back of your neck, some of your beard standing on end, as these incredible energies begin to manifest. Over and over, the lightning strikes amongst you all. Those of you who are thrown to the ground, you do not take damage. What do you guys do?
DM, is it possible to assess if this just looks like really terrible weather, or
Certainly.
possibly something more arcane in nature?
Certainly. Roll knowledge nature for me. Okay. Bargy, you see this natural phenomenon, and you are absolutely certain that this is not natural. This is not of the natural order of things. This could be the work of nature's parent, or there's a strange feeling about this. The lightning, no druid, no wizard would call down such an arraignment of non-damaging lightning. This should have absolutely annihilated you all.
Dr. Kula is going to start moving towards some cover and would like to kind of assess the tree line to find a safe spot for the weather.
Mm-hmm. All right. There are plenty of places, although it is a bit exposed, and of course you are all ankle deep in the swamp. A perfect conductor for said electricity. But again, none of you seem to be harmed. More rays of lightning strike down in a pattern that begins to outline a circle. And soon the lightning is striking with such ferocity and with such frequency that it is almost like a thick white sheet of light that is refracting in all directions and yet somehow like beaming up into the sky.
Ciro would like to... Would he recognize this as possibly, like, something from a particular deity, some sort of sign?
Roll knowledge religion. What class are you? Boomtonic?
Cleric.
You may also roll Knowledge Arcana as well, as a combined roll. There's something not quite right here. You know your gods. You know what's capable of something like this. But this is not the work of any god you know. And yet there is the tinge, the faintest tinge of divine magic or spiritual energy. It is so faint, and it is almost strange how faint it is despite this roaring cacophony of energy that is present before you.
Ciro will shout out so that everyone hears him. This appears to be something of divine, even though it is faint, divine intervention, some sort of sign, but I do not know what it is.
Should we try to go through?
I suggest we trust it, perhaps.
Since he said it was divine in nature, I would like to study it as well. Could I make a religion check?
You may do so. Also, don't forget, guys, for all of you who have pre-inspiration rolls for your respective accounts, you guys can use those whenever you want. Like, that's active as of session 1. Alright, so D-Mystic. You are observing something the likes you have never seen in your adventuring days. You've been in the presence of zealots and warlocks and archmages, all of whom have been able to put on incredible displays of arcane and natural powers. But there's not even a portal that looks quite like this that you've ever seen. You're not entirely certain, but you too get the faintest tinge, the faintest, that something divine, some unseen god or presence lingers in this roaring presence. Do any of you guys walk through, approach, attack, do anything? What do you
I'll
do?
follow. As Krom leads forward, Dr. Akula will follow behind him.
Eldrick will go too.
Crom has just got his great axe over his shoulder, shrugs, and walks forward.
Okay. Krom, you are the first to approach. You place your hand out, and you can. It looks like there's literal just sheets of lightning striking the ground repeatedly. There's a smoldering, almost magma line where the dirt and the water and the stone, everything is turning to slag at your feet and rapidly cooling as well. You reach out and touch this lightning presence. Make a wisdom saving throw. Kron, you reach in and you feel your wrist immediately get snagged by something, almost as if physical, as if something was grabbing you for a moment. But it doesn't pull you. It just, you feel the lightning enclose around your wrist. And though the ground is being struck into a fiery state, it is not harming your flesh. You do feel a static charge run through your body, and you do feel a certain jolt of electricity pass through you, and it's a very uncanny feeling, but it does not harm you.
Seeing as touching the portal hasn't killed him, Crom is unimpressed and carries on.
Alright. Krom, you begin to step forward, and as your shoulder steps in, that's when you begin to feel something very strange. You feel as if your hand that pushed through is like far away from you and getting further and further and further. You can still feel your hand, but it's gone. You can't really quite figure out what that is. Lightning begins to strike at your eyes and your forehead, and your hair begins to stand on end, and you feel yourself now begin to be dragged into this light like an undertow in the ocean. It doesn't hurt, but you're feeling yourself pulled in. Make another saving throw. Everybody else, you begin to see this. It's almost as if the...
Wisdom?
Yes, another wisdom. And you, for those of you guys who are watching Krom, you physically see the parts of his body that are going in are breaking apart like pixels in a video game and being sucked up through this lightning pillar. He is dematerializing as he steps through.
Have I ever seen something like this in my medical career?
In your medical career, no.
What about from arcane means?
For arcane means, roll knowledge arcana. You've heard of something like this before. Portal technology from around where you all hail from, wherever that may be. Interdimensional travel is very difficult. You get the impression that this magic is either far older or simply far different than anything you've ever encountered. It does not ride any of the arcane wavelength patterns, the science behind how the ether flows. There's no explanation for it. It's just simply different. Like a pristine, brand newly built antique.
Kessberg, follow you, begin moving around, trying to look for any sort of writing or scribed glyphs anywhere.
There do not. Roll investigation. Crom shouts out, "Bloomin' late, you're short-legged!" And right before the expletives come out, his body is pulled through, breaking apart, and sent up.
Dovis will follow suit.
Okay.
Yeah. If Novus is going in, then Alabaster is going to literally leap in behind him.
Eldrick says, let's go for it.
All right, with Crom howling up this lightning pillar, you all charge into the fray. The thunder cracking around you as you see lightning lancing out through the murky waters of the swamp. We see from the perspective of your eyes, yes, imagine your own, as you're racing through, looking up at this white pillar. You feel an intense energy, a radiating heat coming off of it, and it is loud. And as you push your hands through, the sensation is like your funny bone being smashed all along your fingers. It is incredibly uncomfortable, but it does no harm. You feel your body begin to almost spasm as if lightning, actual electricity was coursing through your bodies. Your muscles twitch, and soon you're pulled through as you witness parts of yourself begin to break apart pixel by pixel, frame by frame, bit by bit. And all of you together are sent swirling through a tunnel of clouds, darkened and illuminated by lightning. You are racing through what appears to be time and space. Stars are passing through in celestial bodies. You see the portal that you came from shrinking away with eyes from a face that you cannot tell where you're coming from. You're as if each of your eyeballs are floating through, separated and disjointed from your bodies, but able to watch everything as it unfolds. And you see the portal that you came from vanishing further and further away, or at least you see that the line of this lightning portal is just so long, it may as well be the immense tail of some great dragon vanishing off into the horizon. But soon you all begin to acclimate, and your forms begin to slowly piece together within this realm of impossible dimensions, until you were all reasonably whole, if not a disjointed shape fading in and out of yourself. And it's at this time that the clouds ahead of you begin to roil and clear. You still see the path of lightning ahead of you. But off ahead, you see what appears to be a massive mountain, almost like a giant glacier or an iceberg, floating out in the middle of space. It is just enormous. Imagine, if you would, a planet that was not round, that was not flat, that had 3 dimensions, but was imperfect, taking on the visage of some great, looming, mountainous body. Different lights are shining down from all around you. And the speed at which you're traveling, you can tell, is tremendous as you begin to acclimate further. The lightning is bringing you closer and closer to this enormous celestial body. I will give you all a moment. What do? You feel as if you are flying drawn, magnetized.
Is it possible to see anything beyond these strikes in this lightning tunnel? Like, is it possible to see? Are we just zipping through terrain at a fast pace? Are we zipping through the stars?
Through the stars, but you're getting it's clear that the destination is this anomalous, gigantic mountain.
Ciro will say a prayer to the light, hoping that that there will be a safe journey and that everyone will reach it.
Roll
safely.
knowledge religion.
Get ready to tuck and roll.
Does this seem like any planes written in some of the books, like elemental planes or the like?
It does not. Boom. Actually, you should roll for that. But yeah, roll knowledge arcana for that. Boom Tonic, you pray to your gods. You don't know why, but you've never, and you are a devout follower of your faith. You don't know why, but you have never felt further from your god than you do right now. It's almost as if as you get closer and closer to this enormous planetized mountain, that your faith is getting further and further behind you. Jugajuice, with that knowledge arcana check, again, this just seems to be old magic. Some sort of different portal that you have never experienced. These are all normally just a step through for portals that you are accustomed to. You've never seen something, one, not instantaneous like this, and two, not one that has a dimensional space this far between itself for transit. You can tell that you're covering a tremendous distance. Something farther than any Archmage should ever possibly be able to calculate or triangulate or augment. This is something that is far beyond anything you have ever seen on your plane. Or on any plane. This is for this universe's intentions, you guys would cross from plane of existence to plane of existence. This one is crossing multiple planes of existence in the blink of an eye. All right. And soon enough, you guys begin to draw closer and closer to this enormous mountainside. This floating celestial body. The tunnel of the storm clouds tunnel down and take a sharp arc, and now you're all plummeting along some lightning slide like comets down through the atmosphere. And you can see now, as you are breaching through the enormous cloud-wreathed halo that hangs all amongst this peaking mountain, that on this mountain, there are continental spannings of different biomes and different places and vegetation. High snow-capped mountains, volcanoes, rolling green valleys. And not very many cities. But there is one that appears to be prominent amongst others. There, on a beach of black sand, in a roiling blue ocean, at the base of a volcano, there is a rather bustling town. And you see it only briefly before the lightning strikes. And in a flash of light, everything fades to darkness. And all of you lose consciousness. Or so it seems. You guys all may make a Constitution saving throw.
like literally everyone?
Literally everyone. If you rolled a 15 or higher, you wake up.
I think I'm unconscious.
Bartholomew is out.
Dr. Akula as well.
Harum is still awake.
So those of you guys who are awake, please let's say move. I'm gonna put a D4 down and a D20. Put your miniature over here if you pass that saving throw. Okay. Now, as a reminder, we don't have a board for all of the scenes that we have here, so we're going to be just using our imaginations for part of this before we get into the board states. You guys wake up. You don't know how long it's been. Your ears are ringing. You're shell-shocked. You're face down. Some of you on your sides, of course, in this black sandy beach. It's muddy, but there's also flecks of glass everywhere, as if an immense heat strikes this beach with rapid occurrence. There's black glass that's not sharp, sprayed all around as well. A large circular pattern irradiates a almost molten magma-like heat. And you see your compatriots unconscious. None of you appear to be damaged, but you are standing up and finding yourselves on a very, very different world than the one that you had just left behind. Or so it would seem. A sprawling ocean, not entirely one unlike your home worlds, extends off to a horizon that from your celestial viewpoint in the portal would be impossible. And yet here's an ocean. You're greeted by some absolutely beautiful, looming marble pillars. And off to your east, there are long docks with ships. Long ships with tall fabric sails and intricate golden patterns depicting dolphins at the front prow of the ship. There appears to be people here, walking around wearing white togas sashed with various belts. Some of them are made from hemp rope appearing, or green twine, or vegetation, woven ribbons of leaves. It appears that some of them are looking over at you. Some are pointing right now. They appear to be human, these people. Their skin tones various from light to dark. There appears to be a fishing village here. And there's already people beginning to run and make their way over to you. What do you guys do?
Are they armed?
They are armed with buckets and baskets and fishing rods. You do not see any blades or spears or anything of the sort.
So the ones who failed to save are still with us. They're just unconscious.
Yes.
All right. I will tend to Bartholomew to see if he's okay.
Is he unconscious? One of the unconscious ones?
Yep.
Roll a knowledge medical. Or make a medicine check, rather. Okay. You actually think that, despite how traumatic the experience may have been, it seems to be that they are perfectly fine. Not even a scratch from landing in the sand harshly. impossible, basically. Anybody helping the others?
Cyril would definitely turn around and do his duty and check on each of them to make sure that there's not a single one person that is harmed.
Alabaster calls out to the party that he believes, to the best of his knowledge, that everybody here is unharmed.
Alright, Tangent, I would like to use my telepathic trait to detect thoughts of the people that are rushing towards us.
Oh! Okay. Any saving throw on that?
Hold on one sec, sorry.
Okay.
It's just a wisdom saving throw of 15. They need to pass.
Okay. It's one target?
Or
is it multiple?
It's one target, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oof. Okay. You attempt
Actually, I'd like to use lucky to re-roll that.
Okay. Sure. And that allows you to make other people re-roll. It's not just your own dice.
Yeah, other people's. Any
Okay.
D20.
Okay. They're rushing over to you. And does that allow you to comprehend language? When you're detecting the thought, is it like you get emotion? Surface thoughts? Is it trans? I know it's a specific thing, but could be important.
Speak if you can.
Oh, so detect surface thoughts with no save. Deeper thoughts are the will save. Okay. So you get the impression as they're running over to you, they are panicked, but not panicked like they are afraid for you. They are clearly startled, but they recognize urgency in collecting you as they are heading over. You get the impression that they've been waiting for you, and there's this feeling of your arrival was expected.
Well, if they're running us, they clearly must have seen me. They must be rabid fans of mine. They must want some autographs. I'll start walking towards the oncoming crowd.
Indeed. All right. So.
I would like to roll perception.
You may do so. One second, I'm just finding a fitting character for this. It's a little lacking in what we need exactly for this one. Imagine, if you will, that these are like toga-wearing people instead. All right. Much to your surprise, as you are approaching them, rather narcissistically thinking about your fame, you are surprised to see them as they call out, It is him! Oh my goodness! Can you even believe it? And they're like, I can't believe that he's actually here. He's a real born hero too. It does appear that they appear to know at least who you are. Pardon me, sir, but would you mind telling me who you are? Seems to very shyly attempt to confirm.
Oh, I am the one and only Finn Stillbreeze.
And indeed, that seems to elicit a surprise out of the two of them. And they speak to each other in a dialect that is not familiar to you, chattering very excitedly as they turn to face you once more. We are your biggest fans this side of the mountain. We have told all of our family about all of your creative works, and we are so excited that you will be protecting our people from possibly certain doom. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. You are all the Guardians, are you not?
I cannot tell you how much it warms my heart to hear you say that. Wait, with certain doom, you said.
Oh yes. Are you not the Guardians?
Oh, well, yes, of course we're the Guardians. Of course we are. That's why we're all here, right?
You rode the lightning lanes. You have been summoned.
Yes,
I would
yeah.
like to roll insight to see if that's a lie.
Okay. Roll. Okay. You get the impression that these people are telling the truth. They, or at the very least, they seem to, believe what they're telling you, and asking you with conviction.
What doom approaches us? What doom is it that you speak of?
Oh, I suppose we don't entirely know. They're making a big deal of it up in the old town square. It's a bit beyond us common folk here. Just know that we're supposed to expect visitors down here on the Black Beach by way of the Lightning Lane. If the new heroic guardians of the Gateway are to be summoned. It must mean that the other previous predecessors have either left or perhaps services are needed for something else.
Well, have little fear, my good man. We'll meet with my group, Flint Stillbreeze and friends, also known as the Guardians. Whatever certain doom you must be facing will have little chance against us.
I'm sorry, can you please repeat that last little bit?
Have little worry, my good man. Flint Stillbreeze and friends, also known as your Guardians, will be able to easily defeat whatever certain doom might be facing you.
Ah, yes. Well, my name is Dio, says the man who has the fishing rod, and he stands before you, wearing a rather worn-looking toga, with a wood-clasped belt, and with a copper waistline. He has a large fishing pole in his hand, and he is still holding a rather large bundle of multicolored, very vibrant fish. It seems that it was a very good day today. This here's Vanessa, my wife. We are the keepers of the Great Lighthouse, he says, and points over your shoulders back from whence you came. And over on a peninsula, there is an enormous marble watchtower. It's not lit currently. There are dark lenses at the very top of it. He says, apologies, the landing could have been a bit better if I had the light in the beacon illuminated. It doesn't get lit very often these days, but it guides the lightning lanes down to the beach. Well,
it appears
sorry,
business in the town hall. Would you perhaps mind showing me where this town hall is?
Yes, it's a bit of a walk, but they will be expecting you. Yes, of course. Dio claps his hands, and several fishmongers who are off working on the sails of the small fishing boats hop to and make their way over, and they have a brief huddling session, peering over their shoulders at you for a moment, and he seems to be giving some very stern gestures with his fingers as he's giving instructions. And his wife Vanessa there is like bobbing her head in agreement. And they bow to this this keeper of the lighthouse, and they gesture for all of you to follow them.
Yes, we have others, as you can see. Some passed out during the travel. Can you assist us in bringing them with us?
You talk about the people who are still unconscious?
Yes.
Okay. So, with that said, they actually go about and tend to the rest of you to wake you up. Alright, the rest of you are allowed to awaken.
Oh, what was that?
Oh, mercy. The doctor's the patient.
So we're still alive after all.
Yes. So those of you guys who just wake up, off in the distance, you notice that you guys are on the beach of a small fishing, sort of like very small village. Like maybe it's literally just for the fishing here. But there is a road with marble pillars and overhangs lining it, in a long sweep up a sandy hill, up through the dunes. Everybody who is here appears to be walking around wearing togas and sashed belts and woven sandals. Some of them have small pieces of jewelry, brass wristlets, and things like that. And the party members who are already awake appear to be engaging in conversation with some of these locals.
What sort of feeling do I get from these locals?
What do you mean by that?
Like, do they seem like they're hiding something? Do they seem like generally excited to see us?
They seem very excited to see you all. They seem very excited. And as I said before, you're expected, it seems.
All right.
During this time as we're getting up and sort of rejoining our compatriots, can it be heard any further local dialect language mutterings amongst those that gathered?
What languages do you know?
Common and Dwarvish, for the moment.
You do not know what they're saying. It's a language you've never heard before. It's really weird.
As I'm approaching, I would sort of like to drag behind the rest, and let me find the exact name of it here. I would like to use my Awakened spellbook by bringing my spellbook to my hands and sort of riffling through it, kind of watching everyone and sort of trailing behind the others, to ritually cast Comprehend Languages on myself. But with use of Awakened Spellbook, I can do it at the normal casting time of one action.
Okay, go ahead and cast it. Oh, does it need to... It doesn't have a casting roll, does it? It just happens.
Nope, it just happened.
Okay.
And
so you cast Comprehend Language, and sure enough, like a fine-tuning radio frequency, you begin to catch glimpses of words and soon dial in on the language that they are speaking. Now, the workers that are around here are just chattering about, you know, how they need to depart now. Like they said, it's very urgent that they climb the mountain. Like there's no time to delay. And the Vanessa and Dio, they appear to be saying that they are aware of the importance of them, but they've just had a harrowing journey and just let them have a moment to rest. And they appear to be having like a bickering session back and forth about that. All the while preparing provisions for the walk ahead. They get a donkey that they start to saddle with clay vases of water and other flasks, as well as several parcels.
I take it we're meant to be following them.
Okay, so, in Dwarvish, Kerum Bloodaxe asks, these people are actually people, right? So anybody who speaks Dwarvish hears that. Alright, so Alabaster is speaking in Celestial, and asks, what is the doom we must stop? And the workers look at you and regard you a little strangely, and they tilt their head and don't seem to understand what you're saying. Thank you for the support, my friend. Really appreciate that. Thank you for sponsoring our content for another month. Thank you. Thank you.
Cyril will step forward and say, "Is there something urgent? Must we go somewhere to stop this doom, or?"
Vanessa looks up to you and says, "Oh, it's nothing too pressing. It's just..." And she gets balked at by one of the workers. She goes, "Okay, it is important that we do move along and get you to the city. They will be expecting you, of course."
Bartholomew will speak up. Well, better than standing on this beach right now. Let's get ourselves a bit dry. What say ye?
All right. So they begin to turn and lead you to the roadway, with several of the donkeys, again, laden with some provisions, as if they are anticipating there being a bit of a hike. And together you all begin to set off down the sandy roads, again flanked by these beautiful carved marble pillars that are just like sticking out of the sand.
So I have a question. Since marble is kind of my family business, then does this type of marble strike me as somewhat familiar or completely not familiar?
Ooh, okay. Is there a knowledge associated with this? Basically, like, that's something that I don't know as a dungeon master. So
I know dwarves have stone cutting, which uses history.
Okay. So yes, give me a knowledge history check. That's the kind of information I need. Thank you. Okay. Hammer, you're passing by this outdoor marble pillar, and it catches your eye. It is magnificently sculpted. It is nearly flawless, somehow. And for its size, nearly unheard of. For dwarves, never for humans. The marble is familiar to you, but it is different. Like, you can tell it's marble, but it's got a different, just pearlier, whiter luster to it. Like it's never been smudged or besmirched by nature. You are absolutely certain that it is marble, though, and well crafted, especially for an outside street decoration.
As there's already a discussion in Dwarvish, I talk about this to fellow Dwarvish speaking.
The dwarves grumble amongst themselves about this impossible humanoid architecture.
As we're talking, can I take some quick glances at the people we're following, see if I can pick up on any body language that someone amongst them might understand what we're saying?
So you guys are all like walking right now together, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I was gonna ask if I could keep an eye out on the people and the surroundings.
You can tell that it's, some of them are not annoyed, but your escorts are, like, they know it's urgent, but you can tell that, like, maybe this happened at a really bad time. There's some tensions between them. But ultimately, like, they know that they got to keep moving, but moving at a particular pace. You guys are clearly heading up a trail that leads to a mountain as you guys are walking.
Okay, so I guess as we're going up, I just want to keep an eye out for possible ambushes.
Okay. There don't appear to be anybody else but you guys. This parade, this escort, marching through on this this sandy road. As you guys peek up over a hill, you see that there is a sparsely vegetated valley. And up over this seaside cliff, a beautiful city comes into view. One with a sprawling carved stone. And there's just a certain mist, like clouds just elegantly hang amongst the structures like cotton. It just looks very soft and inviting. This city is nestled within the almost ensconcing basin of the base of this enormous mountain that just goes up into the clouds above you all. There does appear to be sunshine beaming down through the cloudscape. And you can tell that with this sharp incline, like there must have either been erosion over millions of years, but just the roads go from sand to this impossibly smooth, beautiful stone that's just slashed with white and sparkling crystal. Your escorts seem to steer the donkeys to one particular side of this road as the incline gets a little bit steeper. And it's here that you guys can see that there are midway points between the city and the fishing village where you were. As a matter of fact, some of the workers take a break here at a fish hut to drop off some of their catch that they had. And the people who were inside this hut take them and drop them into these clay jars that they then place inside what looks like a cabinet. And when they close the door and they open it again, and the buckets of fish and the vases of fish are gone. The workers appear relieved now, and they begin heckling with each other. Having a little bit of a disagreement, it seems. And there's an exchange of coins that are going on as well. You hear the clink of metal. And it appears, one of them appears pretty annoyed with the other. The one who's giving the fish appears to be in a little bit ill spirits. You guys continue moving on, and several of the workers at this point turn back and begin heading down the mountain. Would you guys like to do anything? Just keep taking a moment to allow you guys to react and play or do whatever.
Yes, Ciro would ask the woman, I noticed the fish disappeared there. Is that some sort of sacrificial altar, or where does the fish go?
Dio looks over his shoulder at you with a rather surprised look at your choice of words. Ah, yes. This is one of the many ley line midway points between the cities. We bring our fish here. It's still a bit of a distance to get to the city, and the fish oftentimes expire. We have them bring the fish to us, and we prepare it, and as Dio's giving this information, the fishmonger is looking rather annoyed and starts to, like, you know, shout. Oh, you have comprehend language. I don't know. So the person with the comprehend language, you recognize him being like saying like, come on, don't tell these outsiders how we do this. I know they're heroes and everything, but come on. And Dio's like waving him off, and he says, it is a portal. There is another one up in the city, in the Grand Bazaar. It's how he sells the freshest fish. They bring it to him, and he expedites it up to the city, so it's fresher than a lot of his competitors.
When we are finished, I would like to go to this market. The fish being so fresh, it's very rare. So I would like to see if you have any other sort of culinary samples that are worth of note.
The fishmonger looks you up and down, and the person who can comprehend language, you can hear him say, because he clearly understands you. I am sure that your unrefined taste buds will find something of delight here.
Alright, Cyril will just nod and sort of expectantly, like, sort of checking his pack, seeing if he brought any, like, certain, like, cooking oils or anything like that.
Yep. Okay. They continue to lead you up the path. The streets, as you get closer to the city, the marble pillars become more frequent, even more polished than the ones down by the fishing village. And there just seems to be an abundance of opulence. You can already tell that there is just looming walls that are sculpted for decoration and not protection.
Are there any designs on these pillars as we're passing by, or is it just smooth marble?
Roll perception. Okay. Some of these statues, as you guys get closer, have statues of human-appearing individuals in various poses standing on top of these pillars. Some of them are wearing decorative togas. Some of them are wielding staffs. One of them has a twisting snake staff in his hand. There's another of a beautiful woman with a flowing gown. And again, sculpted in such a way to almost mimic real life.
As Finn out, he's just been completely oblivious to all the talking going on amongst the party in between Dio. I approached Dio and asked, so I've, apart from all this, quote unquote, certain doom that you appear to be facing, what motivation is there for my character? Does he have some trouble, some background, or is there some dashing young damsel that he must save?
Well, we don't really know, Dio says as he glances over his shoulder. Forgive me. We see many heroes come through here. Every few centuries, even. It's not uncommon, but all we know is that this particular errand is very important. We are always instructed to bring those who arrive via the lightning lanes from the Black Beach to the city. But it was very obvious that this is explicitly one that very promptly, there's no time to waste, we must get everybody, once recovered, back to the city. It's not uncommon that those who would first arrive would even spend an entire day eating figs and fruit and fish and wines and cheeses with us on the fishing village, but there's no time for that.
I understand you completely, Dio. It appears that my character is the chosen one, destined to save the world where many others have failed. I understand.
The world, Dio says, as he tilts his head. They continue to walk. He pulls a flask of water off of one of the donkeys and pops the cork and guzzles it down to quench a thirst. And what world would that be?
Why, the world of the play we're in, right? I'm going to save this evil being that plans to destroy us all.
You're just as eccentric as I had hoped you would be, he says gleefully. I don't suppose I could bother you for an autograph, he asks sheepishly. Offering,
I would never turn down a request from a fan. I would never turn down a request from a fan.
He gleefully hands over a scroll of parchment and a already inked pen, ready to go.
I sign it with a flourish, Finn Stillbreeze, to my biggest fan.
As he's signing it, is it a blank piece of parchment?
He takes the parchment and he is completely enamored. He even kisses it and presses it to his forehead and thanks you before tucking it away. Vanessa, his wife, rolls her eyes a little bit, but also looks jealous at the same time of the autograph. All right. So you guys continue walking, and you guys have been walking now for some hours, and they stop to offer you all a bit of something to drink and eat if any of you guys are hungry. Do any of you guys take them up on that?
Yes.
Or do you pass?
Definitely. Cyril will take the most interesting food choice there, and he'll sort of inspect it before he even choose it.
They start passing around these red glass bottles that are corked, and they plop open and pass them off to each of you. Dio himself takes one and quaffs himself a long drink and sighs blissfully as he stares out over the canyon side overlooking the ocean. You guys are all quite high up at this point now.
I'd like to uncork mine and take just a brief sniff. Does it smell alcoholic?
You smell the sweetest and the most sour grapes you think you've ever smelt.
I pretend to drink mine, but do not actually take any.
Okay. You feign that. Roll sleight of hand.
Oh, never let it be said Barrington turned down a fine drink. Put up to lips and chug.
Okay. You try to feign drinking, and you a little bit trickles down your chin. You get a little bit in your mouth. You don't have to swallow it, but you do get those of you guys who taste it. You do get a very delicious taste of perhaps one of the finest wines. Like ridiculous. Like an elf would be red with envy to know that such secrets of a vintner like this could exist in a place outside of their sacred realms. This is a fine vintage of wine, whatever it is.
Turo will like openly do like the whole wine tasting element. He'll like sniff the wine and like he'll put it in his mouth to taste it. He'll sort of swish it around, and then he'll like fight back the urge to even drink it and sort of find a place to spit it out. And he'll pull out like a journal and start sort of writing down all the various aspects of the flavors he tasted.
And you can't quite place it. It's like it's clearly grapes, but there's some that you've never tasted before. It's like sour and sweet, and yet somehow there's like almost a carbonation, but there's not. And yet it's almost like you're drinking music. There's just feelings that you have as you drink it. It's as if touch and taste were one. It's not psychotropic. You're not tripping balls as you drink this or anything like that, but it's just like you feel different. Not to break the fourth wall or anything like that, but for those of you guys who like watch stuff like Futurama, you know how they have the instruments where they play sound, but you feel things as well? Just because of just the way like the music operates. It's like an impossibility thing like this. Like, you just have this feeling of breeze when drinking this wine. And Dio says after he wipes his lips, "Forgive the pig swill. We didn't have time to prepare ourselves for any finer fare."
I will gladly accept this. This made locally.
He nods and takes another deep drink. "You all must be something else," he says. "More confident than any of the others that come through here. Are you sure you haven't been here before? Everybody who rides their first time down on the lightning lanes here always wants to know where they are, but you're just ready to just get to the contract. Just get to it."
Getting to know where we are will come in time. Taking that, what you called it, lightning lanes?
Yes. I don't understand them fully myself. It's not something that the average citizen gets to experience. It's a peculiar, if not eccentric, method of travel.
'Tis that.
I will have you know that the lightning lanes were invented here.
By who?
Oh, you know. Him, the Allfather. "Oh," he says, "you don't know." "Ah, forgive me. Forgive me. Yes, it is your first time here. It is the Allfather Zeus who constructed the lightning lanes to connect the multi-dimensions. It is how he summoned you here." Now, in character, you guys don't know who Zeus is. Out of character, yes, it is the very same that we are talking about. So it probably won't mean much. It's just some other deity named Zeus.
Is this Zeus some kind of mage or something?
Well, that's very hard to describe. He is a god, I suppose. He created Olympus. Dio gestures to the mountain behind you. And by proxy, everyone who dwells upon it. It is with extreme importance. Again, this comes from the top brass. But I would not say that he's a mage. Something different. I'm sure you will find out in time, Dio says as he continues to turn and leads you guys all up out the pass.
And what do ye call this city, this land of yours that this Zeus
Oh,
presides over?
oh, my dear friend, I have just told you. You are on the very seat of Olympus, its entire pantheon, and all that it has created. The city itself is Olympus. And you are going to protect it.
Protect?
Indeed. He continues to lead you up the path. All right. And the camera pulls back and begins to zoom up, racing further along the winding spiral of this mountain. Until it comes into view. Olympus. High within the heavens soars the realms of Olympus, a mythic mountain that rides the storms of chaos, able to manifest in the prime plane on occasion. Here the pantheon of Olympus exists in a multiverse where its soul-owning hosts offer spiritual belief and thus breathes the life and the power to manifest in deific forms. Olympus is itself a paradise city of science and technology nestled beneath the looming mountains that contain the palace of the gods. The cities themselves are of carved marble and beautiful silks, and the people of this land enjoy immaculately clean water and fresh air beyond compare of any rivaling plane of existence. Fruit and game are plentiful and abundant, and the people of the land dwell in the shadows, seemingly happily, of the gods. Dio leads you all, and you emerge now at the top of the summit. Well, not the summit of the mountain, but up at the next large, expansive ledge, where you see that a huge chunk of this mountainside has been hewn out for an entire city, and it overlooks the ocean. As I said before, there are decorative walls not for defense, carved from marble. Everything is marble and gold. It just seems as if they're just mere regular crafting materials for constructions for some of these people. As you guys draw closer, you hear the hustle and bustle of the city streets, and you see that there are just an entire civilizations of what you could equate to ancient Greece. People walking around wearing various different styles of togas, wearing hats and circlets around their ears and foreheads. Some of them balancing water jugs on their heads as they transport from one place to another. Several laborers are picking up wine barrels and hefting them into a stone slab-wheeled wagon. And there appear to be centurions stationed, men standing in Romanesque attire, legionnaires guarding, with spears of gold and obsidian shafts. They watch you very carefully as you approach, and they snap to attention as you pass between the archway into the city. There is complete cloud cover here, but for whatever reason, it is completely sunny. There's always just seems to be a place where the sun perfectly peeks through the clouds. It's beautiful and warm with a soft, salty sea breeze. And it just seems as if these people walk around, not without a care, not necessarily arrogant, but you can just tell that everybody here lives well. You don't see any beggars. You don't see anybody that's really necessarily a peasant. Heck, even the fishmongers that greeted you have various metal bracelets, some of them with some precious gems.
As walking along, Bartholomew kind of slide up a bit to Dio, sort of commenting, this place seems near paradise. What need have you of protectors for such a place?
Dio stops and looks over his shoulder. There are things that even the gods fear. And he turns back and looks up the way. And again, he looks up at the peak of the mountain, which again splits through the cloudscape up above. Well, should be here at any moment now. Dio and Vanessa talk for a moment, and Vanessa says, "Oh no! You're supposed to take them to Plutos." And he goes to the paymaster himself. Yes. Oh, very well. Come with me, heroes, Dio says as he leads you further down the city streets. You begin to pass through this incredibly large bazaar. These pristine white tents providing ample shade from the sun as fishmongers hawk their wares. Fish, fresh fish, the freshest fish in all of Olympus, he says as you notice several similar vases and buckets around, perhaps from your trek earlier. The smell of many different spices invade the senses, some of which ones you've never experienced before. The bazaar is a lively place, full of color and bombastic personalities. Merchants hawking silver-looking wares, enormously meaty slabs from butchers, preserved and laid out, some of them being salted, some smoked, and some just hung out for display. Some vendors display large stacks of fine cheese wheels. And a wine vendor is offering sips of small crystal glasses of their latest vintage. All of you, as you are passing by, the vintner is stepping forth and he's offering you these small crystal samplings. Do any of you take it?
Dovis.
Ciro will definitely take it.
Okay.
I will pull out my tankard from my belt and hold it out to him.
He looks at it and... You know what? 1 second. He looks over his shoulder. It appears to be one of the other people working the stall is looking away for a moment, and he takes it and takes a drink, and he toasts you. You find out that this particular wine that you are drinking is very thick, almost syrupy, but not all that unpleasant. It's like a very thick port wine, and it burns, but in a good way. So you drink this, and you just feel this like liquid lava warmth just seep through you like a cold day. You know, like a shot on a cold day. And you almost immediately begin to feel the effects. Everybody who took a drink, make a Constitution save.
Sorry, I don't think Eldrick would have taken a drink of that. He likes to keep a clear head.
All right. If you rolled under a 10, you immediately begin to feel a little bit tipsy, as you learn that this particular brand is called Hecaton's 100 proof dessert wine. And you begin to feel it, again, just like running wild through your veins for a moment. But it burns off pretty quickly. But yes, those of you guys who were drinking that, you feel a little bit tipsy.
Bartholomew was keeping an eye out and sort of looking and possibly looking to start taking notes, but after that, a slight flush of the cheeks and just sort of following along at this point now.
Okay. And indeed, the attitude amongst the crowd even gets a little bit more jovial as everyone begins to loosen up a little bit as you walk together. Dio, who has also enjoyed a sampling, he actually bought himself a case of the wine, and the merchants are very happy, shaking hands and exchanging a small sum of coins. He pockets the bottle in a sling that hangs from a hip. And they continue to walk. Let me just check 1 second. Okay. So Dio and Vanessa continue to lead you guys through. You pass along through the bazaar, and you also notice that there is a looming coliseum where enormous cheers can be heard off in the distance. There is a rowdy crowd. It sounds like there must be tens of thousands of people off in this large exposed building. But you guys are all walking determined through the city square, and eventually find your way in the presence of what appears to be a more, I guess I wouldn't really say an office district, but you notice that the buildings take on a more imperial look to them. The carved marble definitely taking on more solid structure. You know, four corner walls with rooftops, less stalls and merchant areas, and more actual buildings. This is not the music I want for this. 1 second.
Are there any signs on the buildings?
Roll perception. Okay. You do happen to notice that there are gold signs hammered into the marble. The language you don't understand, but you do happen to notice that with some uniformity that there are these golden plaques, if you will, that are placed near the doorway of a lot of these buildings. Is there anything else you'd like to do with that information?
Is there anyone in the party who can translate automatically writing rather than spoken language?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that last bit one more time?
Is there anyone in the party who can translate written signs as well as spoken language?
Does comprehend language do that?
It can, but it takes a little bit longer to decipher written items, and it also depends on if it's been an hour since our encounter on the beach.
I'm gonna attempt to read the signs. Am I able to understand what it says?
Okay. So if you have the comprehend language and you are focusing.
Oh, I don't have it. Sorry, I was just seeing if maybe one of my languages possibly understands it.
Yeah. As you those who has the comprehend language spell, you do notice Pluto the Paymaster in proud gold letters etched on a black background on a plaque of gold. And it is a rather opulent looking building. And at this time, as a matter of fact, that you are all greeted. Oh, hello there. These must be the heroes. A portly man of obvious wealth approaches you all. He has white fluffy hair on a pockmarked face and light wisps of a barely there but still well-maintained beard. He wears an otherwise immaculate white toga, marred only by the red blood and red wine that both stain his decorative white toga in a harmonious bloodbath of good eating and shamelessness. He sucks on a greasy finger after popping a roasted meaty morsel into his mouth before addressing the party. Yes, so you must all be the ones that we sent for. Most excellent. His chubby hands clap together, clinking many rings of gold beset with gems on each finger. You could actually count he has at least one ring on every finger, including his thumb. My, the plains have brought us a motley crew, did they not? Well, the gods are the gods here, he says. Pluto gestures to you all. Come inside, please. And he gestures for you all to follow. Dio, thank you very much. He exchanges some coins with this man, who bows to Dio, and they take their leave, Vanessa too, without another look at anybody in the party. They make their way into the crowd and vanish.
I approach the man. You must be another one of my fans. I stick my hand out to shake out his hand.
Pluto looks down at your hand that's offered. His ringed hands are covered in some sort of grease, and he shamelessly just reaches out and offers you his many ringed hand, wrist first, as you offer your hand.
I take hold of it and move it to the side to do a proper handshake.
He looks as if he was probably expecting you to kiss the rings, and when you just took his hand and shakes it, he shakes it as well, and he goes, oh, what a delightful custom, he says.
Who might you be, my friend?
Oh, yes. Proper introductions. He puffs himself up with his burly chest, and he says, I am Plutus the Paymaster. I am the procurer of Plutus the Paymaster's mercantile and mercenary guilds, and I am the one who is the middleman and liaison for your harmonious relationship with the almighty gods, he says as he walks over to a very large marble desk that's beset with gold inlay. You guys are all within a rather opulent-looking room. There's soft silk cushions strewn throughout the room, and you don't go more than 10 feet without there being either a bottle or a hookah. There's several large decorative dishes that have rotating glyphs of glowing blue material, kind of like wisps that are rotating around like these dish-like looking paintings on the wall. And the Paymaster is immediately beset by several other people in togas who are well dressed for all intents and purposes, and they begin fanning him with large feather fans that have golden inlay to keep the feathers evenly spaced. And he is being fanned as he sits down behind the desk and just sighs with relief and mops a sweaty brow before thrusting a hand into a bowl of syrupy cherries that he picks up and just shoves them into his mouth and begins to gnash his teeth. And the juices begin to dribble down his chin and onto his chest. And he licks his fingers. Oh. He looks across the room, and he stands up abruptly and says, "You all must be something very special." He crosses to the other side where there is a large chaise lounge made of golden silk, and he drapes himself across it, and his immense guts and his large toga, beset with red rubies, spills forth like a great melting cake. As he helps himself to a rather large hose drag, breathing in some blue smoke and expelling it like a rainbow before standing up and waddling his way back over. He claps his hand, the clinking of metal rings heard as another servant comes over. And he goes, yes, yeah. All of you, sign. A pile of scrolls becomes ushered into the room. All of them bearing a wax seal with a thunderbolt pressed into it. Oh, from the big man himself. He says as he takes a rather large-looking beef rib and rips off a chunk and makes his way back over to his desk and slumps down into it.
What is this you took us to sign?
What was what?
What is this you're giving us to sign here? Taking a look at one of the papers brought forth.
It's like my part of the contract is complete. Now's for the handoff. He gestures to your parchment. Go on, open, please.
Well, I would never deny a request from a fan. I quickly sign my name.
Alright, as each character breaks their seal, they are greeted with a foreign text that shimmers blue and shifts and realigns themselves into a readable language of your character, if your character can read. And it says, your deeds have not gone unnoticed. There is a need in high places for somebody like you. An expedition to a newly discovered world. Discoveries must be made and the location scouted. If you're interested, please sign here. And there is a line for your signature. And one of the servants brings forth, similar to like a flight of drinks in a restaurant, there was a flight of inkwells on this rather elaborate woven copper fixture that has all just enough inkwells for all of you to take your own quill.
And is there any bearing signature on it, or just the wax seal to possibly indicate who it's from?
What was that?
Is there any sort of signature or name on it as well?
Just the wax seal with a thunderbolt.
Do we remember any signs that were present on the initial letters that guided us to the portal?
Okay. Yes. You do notice that the handwriting is similar to the one that you received to initially get this mission.
Seems we're at least getting to business now.
Ciro will speak up. Dio mentioned that there was some sort of doom that was befalling this place, or something that was... Is this related in some way?
Oh, did Dio now? He says as he sucks on his fingers a little bit more. And he picks up a white orb in his hand, and he begins to squeeze it, and it makes a sound as he just squeezes it like a stress ball. And the pristine white lump in his hand begins to get immediately marred with, cherry drippings and whatever else greased dirt was in his hands as he squeezes it before you. And he goes, "Did Dio now? Well, I wouldn't put too much faith into the musings of a fishmonger."
What was that you just squeezed?
Oh? He says as he squeezes it again. Some juices begin to dribble down his hand as he does it. They're like milky white. He reaches up to his mouth and he takes a bite out of it like it's a ball of dough. It's a wonderful cheese. Would you like some? He offers the half-bit, white apple-looking, almost, ball of mozzarella to you.
No, thank you. I prefer to taste samplings of food for my own.
Suit yourself, he says. Let me see, just one moment here, just checking on something. It's this part, this time, that a knock comes at the door. Let me see. Ah, Drayden! Pluto clapped his greasy hands together at the sight of a man that is standing in the doorway. Enter Drayden Sagelight, a hawkish man with peaked spiked balding hair and an eccentric-looking blue toga sashed with silver threads, sweeps through the doors of the Paymasters Guild. Yes, thank you, Pluto. I shall take it from here. This man looks like Jim Carrey playing Lemony Snickets in a series of unfortunate events. He passes through and offers a glare to Pluto, and then tilts his head and says, "Follow me, heroes," and clasps his fingers behind his back as he sweeps out the room, intent on you all following him.
Might as well see where this show leads us.
Okay. Your timing is impeccable, heroes. Thank you for suffering the frivolities of the Paymaster. It's a necessary evil if you are going to get anything done here in the Pantheon. He sounds very annoyed, and he looks both ways before crossing the street. There appear to be a lot of horses drawing carriages here as well. You're right, you know. You heard correct when Dio said there was an evil facing here. I won't sugarcoat it. We don't know what we're up against. That's why we brought you in here. We need an outsider. We will explain. But unfortunately, in order for you all to know what we are truly facing, we must be away from this paradise. Come. He begins to lead you further and deeper into the city. The shade of the overhang of the mountain of Olympus beginning to wreathe you. Okay, so. We are due to meet up and rendezvous for immediate departure. I trust that your ride on the lightning lanes was a safe one, if not an unpredictable one. Thank you for arriving as expeditiously as you did. We must make our way to the gateway. It is a place that not many of our citizens are able to see. It has historical significance, but it is very well guarded. You will all be on your best behavior as we make our way through, not to disturb our citizens. Please, follow me.
You needn't worry about my behavior, my friend. When you hire the one and only Finn Stillbreeze, you hire the best professional in the industry.
Yes, indeed. Our courier could not stop saying that very same thing. He says with a certain air of icy annoyance. Let me see.
Well, yes, it would seem my reputation precedes me.
Oh, I should have played this one for Pluto. Okay. The city of Olympus, beneath Mount Olympus, is absolutely stunning and beautiful. But as you get deeper into the city, some of the buildings take on a more simplistic look. You pass through a garrison, centurions standing vigil. And as you pass by, you do in fact notice that there are temples to large looming figures of various sorts. Some wielding swords, others bows. Again, you see the twin staffs of snakes on one of the monuments. A man sits on a large throne, carved out of marble, wielding a golden thunderbolt. There seems to be just entire city districts dedicated to each of these individuals. And soon you make your way to the garrison that houses the Sacred Gateway. The Gateway is a sacred vault housed within the deepest vaults of the darkest depths of the dungeons beneath the mountain of Olympus itself. Here within golden halls, behind golden doors, the sacrosanct custodians stand eternal vigil over the Infinitorium, a dark vault chambering the prison of Pandora, a sacred secret altar to chaos that allows incredible energies to pinpoint tears in time and space, revealing portals to various realms, all of which have suffered some sort of apocalypse. These active portals to dead lands remained locked within the vault of the Infinitorium, eternally guarded. Unclosable portals beneath the city have often woven fables of terrible monster invasions and cosmic realms where other, angrier gods exist. The party is brought down into the halls of the Infinitorium. Looming pillars of marble support the enormously high ceiling. Gold caps shimmer on nearly all molding surfaces. Though eventually the decline of stairs steepens, and the shadows of the underground begin to thicken. Torches illuminate what quickly become an expansive dungeon, some underground palace away from the eyes of those dwelling on the surface. Stationed here are enormous centurions carved from stone, with golden hoplite shields that appear black in the lack of light. Further down these halls, these statues begin to take on more serpentine forms, and the hallways grow black with each step. Behind final doors of thick black meteoric iron is an expansive room with an approachable apex, where a black altar displays a golden box. The prison of Pandora is an impenetrable room where 5 portals swirl like contained wheels of gray fog. But one portal has crackled to life. An acid, emerald green, swirling mist, wreathed in red fire, where rolling hills and grasslands can be seen peeking between the smoky vapors. The portal sparks, and lightning lances wildly from it at times. 2 hooded serpentine figures in dark robes channel energies to help contain the stability of the portal. These are the Slith Sacrosanct Custodians. Which, give me one moment. Right? These Slith Sacrosanct Custodians are ancient reptilian masters of mana and mysterious inheritors of time and space. Here they hold back whatever horrors may have existed in each of these doomed worlds. The swirling portal seems almost sentient, able to sense you and your companions as you approach it. First, the portal itself sparks and spasms violently, arcing golden lightning. The swirl of green mist within begins to take shape, like crisp autumn leaves churning about in unison. And just so you guys know, I was trying to figure this out before. Originally, this board was supposed to be entirely Fog of War, except for looking through the portal, but I failed to do that. It was supposed to be you just seeing green through the portal, but we had to set it up this way. Let me just check real quick now. Over to here. And I guess this one will work. So yes, if we could all have your miniatures over here. This is where now we are actually taking shape into the campaign. Welcome, children of many realms. Welcome. The old man's voice begins to resonate. The air itself seems to thrum with a static energy as an elderly-looking man hobbles forward on a walking stick with a threadbare cloak and a toga of gray. But this facade lasts little, as with every step he seems to grow a foot. Until he is looming some 15 feet tall, possibly even taller. His hood pushes back to reveal salt and pepper hair that tumbled to shoulders and piercing blue electric eyes. The lines of age begin to fade from his face, and his toga became pristine white and clasped with a belt of radiant gold. Dresden, the man who escorted you down here, falls to his knees immediately and bows and says nothing. You came, champions of your respective realms. We have a task of great import. A long-dead realm has sparked to life in a way that should be impossible. We Olympians may not set foot in a land where we are not believed in. Such is the threat of these closed realms, each of them far enough from our power or influence that many of our cosmic gifts are rendered inert and useless. No, it both shames me and fills me with great pride that we must rely on the determination of strangers from foreign lands. Zeus turns to the portal with an ominous look. We know not much of this realm, a seemingly tranquil place that has experienced an arcane surge unlike any that we have seen. The creation of great gifts and terrible weapons have been forged with compressed powers like the ones that ravaged the plane, known as Tetra Harmona. And again he gestures to the portal. Your task is a simple but lengthy one. An expedition into these lands. You must chart your progress and catalog. You must find the source of this disturbance. And you must be prepared to settle and establish a camp or colony. You are mortals who have been born witness to a literal god. Your recognition of our existence is not enough to allow us to manipulate this new world freely. You must establish a shrine and temple to me when you have settled. This will allow me to further extend my reach, influence, and assistance to you all in this manner. I will give you all a moment to react and let that soak in.
Does the name Tetraharmona strike any bells?
Roll Knowledge Arcana or Knowledge History. Friend, who are you? And he says, you may call me Zeus.
I step forward to Zeus. Fear not. Or me, I, Finstillbreeze, will do as you ask. and claim this realm in your honor, sir.
Zeus smiles, and his eyes light up with blue electricity. See to it that you do.
And is this trip meant to be a one-way?
I will assist you with the lightning lanes, but my power is diminished. He gestures to Dresden, who comes forth bearing a silver thunderbolt, and he offers it to somebody. Does anybody take it?
Why, as the hero of this fair tale, I shall take hold of it.
We do not expect you to make landfall and establish a camp on your first outing. You are to go out, get a lay of the land as best you can, and then you may take this lightning bolt and strike the ground with it. This will trigger the lightning lane to evacuate from this location. It is a one-time use. Make sure that you're all ready. There's no coming back from this.
Besides yourself, each of us, I am sure some of us serve other gods. I will gladly help in providing the shrine for you, but you would not mind if I also created a shrine for my own deity, yes?
Zeus smiles, grins. Perhaps it's slightly smug. It's hard to tell as you speak of your deity. Indeed, in our infinite lifespans, we have learned that there are other gods. You may find them far from your reach and thought in these realms. He looks to the portal. As I said, even our direct influence within this realm is extremely limited. I would anticipate that much like heroes in the past who have set through locations such as this, you may find some of your powers waning. But yes, you are free to establish whatever you want within this portal dimension. For now, we only ask that you go on this expedition and tell us what you find on the other side. Then, we shall discuss future plans.
Hero will pull out his contract at that point, and we'll sign it.
Okay.
I'll also sign the contract.
All right.
Would signing the contract with an assumed but accepted name work?
You don't know. You can choose to do that.
Okay, then I will do that and sign it as Karum Bladeswarm.
Okay. After any of you sign the parchment, it literally crumbles in your hand into like blue light and just fades away. Leaving you with the ink quill, oddly enough, in your hand still. There's a loud clap of thunder, though, and the portal itself begins to widen. And a thrumming sound begins to emanate in the dense chamber. Dresden shields himself as the bright, blinding light suddenly lances forward, as a gout of fire and golden lightning attempts to rake across the party. Zeus holds his hand up, and the lightning is held at bay. Now is the time, Guardians! Zeus shouts in a commanding voice as he passed his hand over the portal. His own lightning clapped with the sound of thunder as it lanced forth to tame the golden light and force stability. The portal opening and appearing for a moment of clarity, and you see beyond a serene scene of crisp grass, gurgling streams, exotic animals, and untamed wilds. Approach! The god boomed with a voice that would shake mountains. The hairs on the backs of collective necks would begin to stand on end as skin prickled with the looming and steadily growing electricity in the air. Well, the golden lightning has been tamed, and you see that the lightning itself, along with the fire, along with Zeus's white lightning, have combined to create a similar portal to that of the lightning lane that you arrived here at the beginning of the session. It extends before you like a literal bridge of lightning. And as you all step through, you begin to feel yourself begin to break apart, piece by piece, atom by atom, as you are sucked through the vortex, as you were before. But this time all around you, you just see different colors of swirling light. You see skulls, darkness. You see fanged wolves and demons. You see a large glowing tree, and a roiling cloud of black, almost like a snake circling with a huge skull for a head. Your bodies blend together in this perverse and chaotic environment. Eventually, though, you do become whole. As you step out into the sunshine and the sunlight of a very, very peaceful, sunshiny forest that is incredibly dense.
Ciro would like to sort of take a wider look at the various trees.
Mm-hmm.
Look to see if he notices any sort of like humanoid, any like movement or animals or anything like that.
Yeah.
The moment that you guys step through the portal, you see a large flock of birds erupt from this tree line, like all through here. So many different colors and plumages of feathers, ones you've never seen, every single one of them, one you have not seen before. And the forest immediately crinkles and cracks and crinkles with the sounds of snapped twigs and crushed leaves as unseen wildlife scampers away from the sudden approach of your large retinue.
And this is Bernard. None of the stuff I am able to discern what it is. It's all completely new to me.
Roll knowledge nature. They appear to be very different plumages of trees. You note a blue sap dripping from the one to your right.
I would like to climb the tree and use it for coverage.
Like to hide or to get a good lay of the land?
To lay the land.
Okay. Roll athletics. All right. You are finding that you're having a little bit of difficulty climbing the tree. Some of the branches break beneath your weight, but you are able to find plenty of footholds, and eventually you do poke your head up at the tip top of the tree that you select. And you may draw a line of sight from the top of that tree, and you may also roll perception. Also, behind you guys, for as far as what you see, you only see the faded gray portal. like the dead one from the previous place. And you do not see the altar that's here. It's just the portal is suspended in the trees, basically. All right, Laughing.
Terrain off in the distance.
So with your spot check, one who climbed the tree, you see a bit of a clearing, but it's way far away. Like it looks, you can tell that this forest is immensely dense. This area has been growing wild for who knows how long. But you do get a. Well, actually, don't roll knowledge nature as well. I might be giving a little too many details, but you do notice that the forest is expansive, but there seems to be, okay, and you see a clearing up ahead, far up ahead, that you suspect could possibly be a river.
Like a creek bed.
Possibly. So what do you guys do?
We should find some place with fresh water, so that we may set up near there.
Agreed. Camp most
I think that's a
important
good
right
idea.
Mm-hmm. So indeed.
Let's move onwards.
So just as a review, you guys are here on a literal expedition. It will be important for you to make note of things like that. Indeed, if there is an expectation of an eventual settlement, food, water, and things like that will be very important. So, indeed, as you two all collectively agree to search for water, the forest before you opens up. It gets a bit quiet, and as you step further away from the still smoldering lines of where the lightning lanes brought you here, you begin to feel this uneasy feeling in the pit of your stomach. It's a feeling of dread. It's hard to shake. There doesn't seem to be any reason for it. It's just a very, very ominous feeling. Everybody roll perception. Okay. Let me see. Good. Hunt, I saw you roll perception twice. Was there a reason for that?
Yeah, the second one was an accident.
Okay, gotcha. All right. Hunter, you do notice, though, that up in the tree above you, there appears to be a radiant blue-looking bird with an almost chromatic plumage for its underbelly and brilliant green eyes.
Am I able to well, this world's all new to us, right? So I'm not able to discern if it's anything I'm familiar with.
You can tell just by looking at it that it's totally different than what you would have expected. You notice that the wings of this particular bird are leathery, despite the rest of it being feathered.
Is it also watching us, or does it seem to pay us no mind?
It does seem to be watching.
I'm just gonna keep my eye on it as we move.
Okay.
Same.
In JWT, as you are walking, you notice that up in one of the trees, there appears to be a six-legged sugar glider that has long, almost antenna-like ears.
Is it also looking at us?
This one is sitting by itself on a tall tree. It's got some sort of rock or nut clenched between 4 of its 6 hands, and it's rotating it like quickly as it's staring at it. There appear to be 2 other ones in the tree with it as well. They're watching it eagerly as it is holding this object.
Gonna see if I can't collect some of these mushrooms, test them, see if they're usable later.
Okay, good. Roll.
Can I assist him with picking the mushrooms?
Is there a system for just harvesting stuff out of the environment in 5th edition?
Survival usually.
Survival. Okay, roll survival. If you feel there's another skill that best represents this, you can also request that, perhaps.
Or like a herbalism kit probably would also work.
Sure. You notice down at your feet, as you reach down for this blue mushroom, that when your shadow casts over it, the spots shimmer and glow like phosphorescence. You take out a small knife and you're able to carefully extract several of the mushrooms. How much? Are you going to cut just one, or are you going to spend some time getting a few?
I'll spend a little bit of time just taking a few.
Okay. Did you make that survival roll? Let me see.
I did, yep. 23.
Gotcha, okay. You managed to successfully cultivate 4 phosphoshrooms. Wait a minute. Hold on a second. Disregard that. That's old knowledge. You guys can name these things whatever you like. What do you call this mushroom that you found? You don't need to come up with one right now. I can come up with some of them later. I mean, I have a whole list of them, but they were like... It was intended to allow you guys to discover and explore stuff if you wanted.
I think I'll just hold on to it for now. We'll come up with it later.
You pocket securely 4 of these glowing mushrooms, and they do still seem to keep their glow as you tuck them away.
As we're going, do any of the trees or plants seem to be fruit or berry bearing?
Roll knowledge nature.
May I do so as well?
Yeah, all of you guys may do this. Bargy, your nose catches whiff of something very unique. And it draws you over to a tree off to your left, where you find what appear to be enormously large champagne grape fronds. It looks like grapes, but they're the size of apples, and they're hanging in large clusters.
Take a bit of a closer look, and before touching it, kind of looking around it, seeing if there's any thorns, anything of that nature.
Ah, you do notice that there are some thorns along the vine that connects the top of it.
Uh-huh. Keeping that in mind, I'd like to try and perhaps carefully harvest a bunch of them.
Roll survival.
Keeping a close look.
Roll survival.
I'd like to assist him so that he can get advantage.
I will, seeing Bargy reach for some, I go to grab some as well.
Okay, you guys may all make survival checks for this if you want to grab them. And indeed, when you guys notice this, like, you literally notice just these, probably this, several feet long worth of grapes the size of apples, ranging from, like, plum purple to raspberry red. those of you who managed to roll at least a 10, you find yourself able to pull off a frond of these enormous grapes. You are each able to get 1 if you rolled at least a 10.
So how many do we get? Do we actually have to roll again to say how many we get?
You get one like whole frond of it. So like, you know what I mean? Like a big pile of grapes, basically. It's big. It's big. All right. So you guys all have these grapes that are the size of apples. What do you do?
We should perhaps leave something here so we can identify where this tree is.
Okay. What do you do?
I'll put a light knock in the bottom of the tree, and then peel off a bit of bark at it while I'm at it.
Ciro's gonna look around for something like tall.
Okay.
Like a tall branch, like something he can put almost like a flagpole. Anything like that. With like he could put like a section of cloth that he could tie to like maybe perhaps the top of the tree.
Okay. There's a lot of really tall trees here, so distinguishing one of them amongst all of this might be the needle in a haystack if you guys come back. You probably would have to mar the surface of a tree to be able to make something like that, if I'm understanding you correctly.
Given that we're still semi-close to our entrance, and me having parchment and a quill I can summon at will, I would like to begin trying to keep track of sort of just a rudimentary map, just landmarks, portal here.
Excellent.
We've gone this general way.
Man, navigate used to be a skill. Last time I did stuff like this was in like 3.5. So there's no navigate skill, so I guess we'll do survival again.
Okay.
So can you guys please repeat what actions you would like to do right now? Just so I'm aware. Alright, you're scribbling on your map. You think you might have an idea of where this is?
I'm gonna try to perhaps climb the tree and find like the tallest branch and tie like a piece of cloth to the top of it, perhaps.
Okay, roll athletics. With a 16, you are able to deftly and effortlessly climb the tree, finding the handholds and footholds suitable. You pop your head up at the top of what you feel to be the tallest tree in your vicinity. And you roll, sorry, not roll, you tie. What was it that you wanted to put up there?
Just sort of something like a section of cloth. If necessary, I will, tear it off like a section of my clothes.
Okay. You have a section of cloth to do this?
Yes.
Okay. Please make note of this for your inventory, and you may do so. We'll do, let's say... One second, I'm just looking through some props real quick. This is really big, I think. Sorry. know there's a prop for this. I'm determined to use it. Crap. Anywho, I will mark it just with something else in the meantime as a placeholder. Need to get a couple more props for this kind of stuff. Let's say... Yeah, I'll use a piece of rope ladder for it. So we'll just, like, put that there for right now. Y'all have bed... I know you guys all have bedrolls, but it would be a large prop that would just kind of stick up there, so I'll just, like, hang... So it'll be responsible... You'll be responsible for identifying it. But this will stay in the tree. Alright.
And while I'm up here, I'm gonna make sure that we're heading toward the river that was spotted before.
Roll survival again. Or if you have any other abilities to help you with this, you may do so. See. It's to the best of your knowledge you feel that we're still going in the same direction. Everything kind of looks the same though. And you're finding yourself maybe second guessing a tiny bit.
I'm gonna shout down. Are you certain the river is this way?
Who are you talking to?
I believe one of the people had gone up and spotted a river and then told the group through chat.
Yep, so he's calling down to whoever spotted the river first.
Yes, I think the river is on its path.
Cyril will just nod and climb back down.
Okay. You do so.
While this is all going on and about, would it be fair to say that could have spent, say, 10 minutes or so with my book
Yes.
to ritually cast Detect Magic?
Yes.
I would like to do such. It has a 30-foot radius from me.
Your eyes are blinded as you are suddenly enveloped in a violent aura of magic from everything. You feel your senses hammered as the light is almost shimmering. Everything is outlined in light.
Good news, bad news. Everything here is magic. Oh, my eyes. Takes a knee.
I would like to roll insight to see if there's a behavior in the forest.
Okay. And you're rolling insight to see if something's wrong with him? Like, because of his reaction to this, or?
To see if the forest is actually alive.
If
living.
the forest is alive. Like as a collective sentience?
Yes.
You are not sure. Do you have anything magical to, like, connect to this, like detect magic or anything as well? Or are you just speculating?
Just speculating that it is magic, but I don't have nothing to...
Okay. You have heard in some cultures of, particularly with druids, that they do believe that the forests do live in some capacities. whether that's the case in this forest, you're not really sure. It just seems to be that from every rock to every tree to every leaf frond, it seems to be just dripping with magical properties.
So while we're making the flag, can I look around and see if I see any like claw marks or anything like that around on some of the trees?
Roll perception. You notice on one particular tree that there seems to be a large chunk missing out of it. Like something powerful had passed through it. Like rending claws or something. Bark has been splintered.
Using that as a gauge, is there any indication of the way it came from or went, or
Indeed.
just general pathing?
It looks like there was a lot of momentum behind whatever it was, and the ground beneath it is scuffed a bit, and you'd have to make a couple more rolls to see if you... Oh, it was a 26 your roll?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You actually find a pool of moisture that you identify clearly as blood.
Guys, I found something over here.
Can we identify the blood as to what it belongs to?
Well, you look at the blood, and it's dry. It would have been hard to tell. It could have just looked like dirt or rust, but with that high percentage roll, perception roll, you're able to tell that at some point something did bleed down this tree, and something did bleed onto this rock. Long ago.
Is there a direction of travel we could get to where it may have went?
Roll knowledge, nature, or survival. Okay. You can discern the direction. You find several scuff marks in the soil that appear to have not fully filled in yet.
Where may it lead?
The trail eventually leads up over to this area. See where the light is?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Where... One second. Where is it? It's here that you spot, mostly hidden, in the mud and amongst the foliage, skeletal remains of some humanoid.
I'm gonna kind of stealth up to it.
Okay, roll stealth. Okay. You duck down, concealing yourselves, moving amongst the leaves and the brambles and the bushes, somehow not making a single sound as you creep your way closer.
I'm gonna use my my fancy medical insight to kind of see if I can figure out what kind of humanoid this was.
Okay. You may roll.
I'm checking if there's anything hidden while this goes on.
Okay.
I'm gonna look out as well.
All right, all of you collectively kind of like look over and carefully examine the evidence that's laid out here. It does appear that this is a human-sized individual, possibly a female, that suffered some tremendous attack. The back of her ribs appear to be missing. A similar claw pattern to what was on the tree. Seemingly she was dead on her feet before she even made it over here. Her remains have been eaten. A number of the bones are missing. And there appear to be some tatters of clothing left amongst her.
Does it look like she may have been an explorer like us?
Roll perception. Or is there an actual search roll now as well?
Investigation.
Roll investigation at this point. Okay. You carefully examine the remains, turning the body over, and you notice a threadbare burlap, almost, vest that was kind of falling apart a bit. But you notice there's a signet that's unmarred, save for a little bit of rusty blood. It's a pin made of wood. It looks like a badge or a brooch. It looks like a sun and a moon kind of like carved together, with a winding sort of road-like symbol underneath it. Indeed, it does look like a heraldry or an identifier of some kind.
Anybody recognize what this is?
Do a religion check on it if that's okay.
Go for it. Okay. It does not appear to be of any symbol of religion that you guys are aware of. Nor does it seem to have religious purpose. You don't get any sense of divine magic.
It is beyond my knowledge, but perhaps it is not of a deity, but a group, a kingdom, a people.
Okay, what do you guys do?
Can I do survival to try and check the area for traps and see if whatever did this maybe still prowls the area?
Okay. May go ahead and check. Roll perception. Or investigation, rather. Or would that be survival?
Checking for trekking for tracks should be survival, probably.
Okay, go for that then. Okay. It appears that the kill was pretty messy, unfortunately for this individual. You can tell that the debris trail sort of leads them up this way. A couple of bones here and there taken. But ultimately the trail kind of like leaves you around here. It just becomes natural at that point.
I'm gonna go ahead and grab what bones I can find and kind of put it all together.
Okay.
And then,
So you're gonna collect all of the bones?
as best I can, and then just kind of put them together for a nice little funerary rites.
Okay. Are you planning to bring this back with you? Or are you gonna dispose of it here?
I may just make a little grave mark in here.
Okay.
And I'll assist.
All right. There'd be no roll needed for this. Just go ahead and describe what you do.
All right, so I solemnly go and pick up all the bones I can with whoever's helping me out. Then once we get them, just start kind of digging out a light grave that I can. I just softly place the bones in there.
Okay. This action, I'm going to say, is probably going to take you about 2 hours.
Okay.
You okay with that? And the rest of the group got to be okay with that too?
For me, yeah. Unless the group is moving on, Bartholomew's basically trying to recast ritually detect magic to try and get himself adjusted to seeing this ambient magic so he can actually focus on certain things.
Bargy, you're finding that as your magic is working, but you're finding it struggles. Like your detect magic shorts out and your aura fades early, or you fail to cast it, or and that's very strange for a cantrip, right? Is that what it is? It's a cantrip spell?
It's a yes.
Okay, yeah. You're finding that it's even failing sometimes. It's very strange, but you do manage to get some information from it too.
I'm sorry, it is a first level, but I'm casting it ritually.
Okay. Roll a d20. Oh, never mind. You're casting it ritually. Never mind. Disregard. All right. So, you toil for the next several hours. The sun in this realm does begin to set. Something that is also strange that you notice is that there are multiple moons that are beginning to come out as the sun sets. And there also appears to be possibly multiple suns, although it's not entirely certain how it is that the atmospheric lights combine. The skyline, as it darkens, turns a little bit of a violet purple before it begins to fade to black. But after this amount of time, you are able to... Oh, sorry, I meant to do this as well. Apply that.
Ooh, that's cool.
Sorry, I thought I was doing that. The lights begin to dim. And... again, as I was saying before, it takes on this slight purpley vibrancy as it begins to get darker.
With my dark vision, because it's now dark, I can see up to 60 feet in the dark.
Yep.
Is there anything I can see that maybe the others can't see?
Okay. You can certainly see more than everybody else. But so far, nothing is really happening. Like, it seems to be that the forest is very still. Darkness will be upon you guys fairly soon.
Tangent, I pull out one of my torch rods and I conjure up my cantrip and I produce a small flame and light my torch.
Okay. You do so. Your torch roars to light like a flare, illuminating the area that you're in. You may activate the torch. I might have to do that for you. Can you torch yourself, or do I have to do it for you?
Yeah, I got it.
Okay. Alright. Also, guys, please be mindful to, like, clean up some of your dice, too, as they get deleted. Or as they go out, just because lag and all that. We haven't had any problems with it yet, just want to make sure. Alright. So as you guys all take shelter now beneath a sprawling, large, orange-hued tree, you guys begin to notice, too, that this particular tree around you guys begins to glow softly as the bulb bell-like flowers inside suddenly begin to produce a smoky odor, and literal smoke begins to plume from it. And very, very, very teeny, tiny little embers appear inside the flowers of this tree. Before long, it is entirely illuminated, almost like a hive of fireflies in the setting sun.
I'd like to inspect the leaves of it, try and discern, is this coming from individual leaves, or is this coming, seem like it's radiating from the tree itself?
Roll knowledge nature. You're not sure. The only thing that you're really sure of is the fact that it is not mechanical, it is natural, and the fire is not overtaking the flowers. It is seemingly sustaining itself. Hey, Mango Marauder, thank you for the
Seeing
a
a
resub,
similar
my friend. And thank
tree
you,
in the
Fahimster
distance,
in Heroic Logic
possibly.
as well. Love you guys. Thank you.
Is it also lit up?
Is what also lit up?
The similar tree a little further up.
Yes, it is, as a matter of fact.
Okay, so it's not a proximity thing.
Correct. Small patches throughout the forest are beginning to illuminate in such a way. They don't give off that much light. You can just basically see that the tree, you know, basically looks like it's on fire, but it's not.
We should set up a watch for the night.
Yes, I suppose. We do have light here, but
Venturing farther might prove a wee bit dangerous now.
Mm-hmm.
If I can, I'd like to try plucking one of the leaves and examine it closer.
Okay. You may do so. You roll survival. Okay. You produce a small blade and delicately sever the stem of one of these small bulb flowers with the fire contained within. And the moment that you sever the flower from the stem, the light goes out. A small little pfft and little plume of smoke, as if like a light bulb that had just burnt out.
Taking a closer look, does it, for the most part, still seem intact, or does it seem like the moment I did that?
It seemed like the moment it lost
withers.
connection to the tree, it lost its light.
Since we're setting up camp here, I'd like to start setting up like a campfire, like right in front of me, so I could start maybe, perhaps checking on this fruit that we got.
Okay, roll survival to see if you set up a campfire. And Bargy, with your survival check, you notice that there's actually soft, small amounts of like ash falling from the tree into the ground. You believe that it could possibly be assisting with distributing nutrients by putting ashes in the soil.
If I may, I'd like to gather up some of those ashes and kind
Okay.
of cap them off in a vial.
Okay. You may. It is. You guys can call it something else if you like, but the item currently is called Fire Willow Ash.
I was going to call it Fire Tree Ash, so Fire Willow works.
Yep.
All
Want
right.
to shave off a couple strips of bark from it.
All right. So you are using. Are you using any tools to start your fire? Do you have like flint and steel, or are you just like rubbing some sticks?
Is he trying to start a fire? I noticed him trying to start a fire, and I help him out by giving him another flame to light.
You offer him a torch?
Well, yeah, I could either torch or do another cantrip to start a flame for him.
Okay. So it sounds to me like you guys have the resources to make that perfectly happen. Are you guys camping beneath the fire willow? Is that what you guys are doing? Or around
Looks
it?
like.
Yeah, looks like it. Until
Okay. 1 second. Describe to me what you do when you set up your fire. Like not like how you set it up, but like is gathering sticks. How are you arranging it?
Instead of clearing the area of like sort of the shrubbery, getting a set of stones around it so that it's not going to burn anything.
Okay,
And then,
good. You get the actual fire prop, then.
And then also maybe like a sort of top skillet thing with
All right,
with
so
my
you-
chest.
So you clear the area around the fire and more or less make it a safer place to burn.
Zero is going to start pulling out his cooking utensils, and he's going to look at this fruit. And one of the things I can do with my knowledge is determine whether or not something is poisonous. I like to check that with this fruit.
Okay, how do you check it?
I roll the cooking thing, and I believe it's a DC 15.
But how do you determine that it's poisonous? Like you have like a poisoner's kit or run some tests? You're gonna eat it?
I guess I'm going to.
See, I know what you're trying to do, but I'm trying to think of like, is there anything without tools that you can do just to make a cooking check and be like, oh, it's poisonous or not?
I have an herbalism kit to help out.
Okay. All right. See, now we're
So
talking.
and I have some alchemy knowledge, so I can kind of
Okay.
help you out with that.
Cool. Let's go with that then. So, I mean, is it a profession that you do? Do you have like knowledge alchemy?
So I have alchemist supplies proficiency.
Okay, go.
Then-
Yeah.
I don't even know what I'm supposed to roll for this. Survival.
This is why
nature-
3 like I ought to be perfectly honest, guys. I really think I might give us the 3.5 skill tree and have you guys do that because it's so much more applicable to this. But we'll see.
Intelligence or wisdom, and then I just add my proficiency, or
Let's
Yeah,
go
normally.
whichever one you want for that.
all right. So this is gonna be +2. Eesh. 6.
Okay. You examine these juicy baubles and you're running all sorts of manner of experiments and prodding them with your alchemy tools and to be perfectly honest, at the end of the day, you're not really entirely sure.
Tangent. I'm going to go ahead and do the same with the mushrooms that I have found, as well as the frond. I have an herbalism kit as well. so-
Okay. So go ahead and make a what was it, a proficient wisdom or intelligence check. Is that what we're doing?
Yeah, I did a wisdom check with proficiencies for what says I have the tool proficiency.
Okay. You two are not entirely certain, but as you pull the mushrooms out of your pocket, you do still see that while a bit duller than when they were freshly planted, they are still glowing. The mushrooms are still glowing from their spots, and their blue caps are still remaining soft yet firm.
You're trying to be too fancy about this. I take my knife, I slice a small bit of the grape, I put it between my cheek and my gum, and see if my mouth goes numb.
Mm-hmm. Alright. You slice it open, and juice just pours from it without it losing its shape. It is just so juicy. The skin of this apple-sized grape can be visibly heard tearing as your knife passes through it. Inside, it appears to be a thick, purple, almost translucent, kind of like fleshy interior. Much like, literally, a giant grape. You take the slice and you put it into your mouth against your gum line in your cheek, much like a piece of a wad of tobacco. And you brace yourself for any possible effect that you could suffer. And the only effect that you suffer is a pleasant tart, a wonderful sweet, a lot of juice, and the thick, almost rubbery skin of the grape, apple. And for all intents and purposes, as far as you can tell, it is literally a batch of giant grapes. And seedless somehow. You have no ill effects as you eat it.
I devour it.
All right. So you take one of these giant grapes and you bite it, and it pops in your mouth like a what do I think? Like a boba tea pearl. And you just get this wonderful, rich, vibrant, unpolluted taste of unadulterated, perfect grape. It is just vibrant. It is juicy. And everyone watches as you literally devour it in front of them. Like a savage beast. The juice is splashing down your chest. It's delicious. It's refreshing. And there's tons of it.
Don't mind me, I'm just taking after the fat man we saw earlier today.
Indeed, you would gather that perhaps even Plutos would be envious of the wine that this might be able to produce.
Zero, seeing that that the food is safe to eat, will eat just some of it himself to get sort of a taste of it.
Okay.
And
so are a lot of you guys going to start eating the grapes now? If you have them?
Well, I'd like to cook it.
Small amount.
Okay. So those of you guys who cautiously see that the giant frond of champagne apple grapes is not poisoning those who are eating them, you guys begin to dig in gingerly and cautiously, snacking on them, and indeed it does not betray you. You get a wonderful, juicy, fruity taste of like this champagne grape. Except there's just so much of it, and there's no stem nor seed, and you can just fearlessly bite within it. Some of you who try to cook it, you find that the skin binds and shrivels and eventually reduces along with the juices, making it an almost kind of like syrupy reduction.
It's like almost like a syrup, right? Like a maple syrup or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
I would like to try to roast these mushrooms.
Okay, roll survival.
While that's going on, I was hoping to spend some time with that bit that I had plucked from the tree that was no longer lit, and basically using my my alchemy proficiency and detect magic, try and ascertain what was powering it, or if there's any latent magical items remaining with it.
Sure.
Yeah, because I was going to be doing the same thing tonight.
Okay. You guys examine several of the fronds, and as best as you can tell, there's like an oily, combustible secretion that comes from it that is protected from the rest of the plant. The inside of the bell of the flower is resistant to flame, whereas the bud of the flower kind of reacts sort of like a wick. And the pollen of this flower is literally like a light dusting almost of napalm. It does not continue to burn the moment that it's severed from the source that's the twig. And it doesn't seem like there's any real easy way for you right now to preserve the fire. But upon cutting a larger frond of the fire willow, you're able to see that it takes a little bit of time before the fire extinguishes going up the length of the branch.
I'm gonna write these down in my notes.
Yep.
Say that again? I didn't catch that last bit.
Oh, I said I'm going to be writing this in my notes.
Gotcha. Good.
Yep. Likewise.
Okay. So what are you guys doing now? The sun has just about totally set. It's getting very dark.
I volunteer for first shift of night guard, but I'm looking for someone to take the second one.
I'll take the second one.
Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and cast good berries and make some good berries to have.
Roll 2d20 with disadvantage. You find that it might be a bit trivial. You try and produce a good berry, just as you normally would, and you can't. And this has never happened before. And it's very strange. But your spell fails. Actually, hold on one second. Okay, so you try casting the Goodberry spell, but instead, what winds up happening... Oopsies. You hear a terrible sound of cracking behind you as... Oopsies, one second. What is happening here? One second. It's not letting me do it. This tree is supposed to be giant. So we'll put it up here instead. You find that the tree behind you, as you're focusing on this Goodberry, a tree just emerges and amplifies in growth and size, and just grows to a tremendous height behind you. like a pillar shooting up into the sky.
What in the world are you trying to do?
And you are aware that this is your magic that did this, that went awry here. It almost even felt like it could have been dangerous, what just happened.
I was just trying to create some provisions for later, but the magic here is abnormal.
I experienced much the same earlier.
I knew something was off about this forest.
We may want to be careful with some of our finger waggling till we can get a better sense of it.
Sometimes things are best dealt with swords.
If anything, this is giving us a good vantage point.
Or a good place to find this tree again, or for the stuff.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
That too.
So you guys have camp set up. You spent time doing research. Provisions have been set out. Rations are being consumed. Experiments are being performed. A first watch has been selected. And it's getting late into the night. Are any of you guys choosing to sleep?
Dovus will sleep.
How many of you guys have bedrolls?
I have.
Yep, same.
Okay, so we will... Just 2 bedrolls? Yep. Or do you
No,
get
I
most
have
of
one
yours?
as well.
3. Or at least
I have
of
one.
that.
Gives one.
Yeah,
I also have a bedroll.
We get the idea. There's lots of bedrolls. Alright. Actually, wait. Let's do this properly. Everybody do your bedrolls. we're gonna everyone's going to bed. We're gonna do this right. Let me get more bedrolls out here. As needed. We got props, damn it. I think we got enough for everybody at this point who has one. You make a ring around the fire. And as all of you guys hunker down for sleep, you still feel this unending feeling of dread. It's just like a pit in the stomach. You know, it's not even really dread. It's like a feeling of guilt or just badness. Like, you know you're in trouble on Monday because you did something really bad, and you gotta, like, wait till Monday to find out what's wrong. Like, that's the kind of feeling you got. You got sent to the principal's office in school, and you gotta tell your parents about it later on when they come home. 1 second. Indie Rap, thank you, pal. Really appreciate your support. Thank you, my friend. Sorry, guys, that we had to focus on the table here. That's why I'm not being very interactive with chat. Got to make sure we're pushing through the content. So thank you so much for your support. I appreciate it very much. Okay. So everyone's battening down. Who's on first watch?
I am.
Okay.
Hammer is.
Roll perception as we settle into... Let's see.
Sorry, I tried to clean it up, but it rolled again.
All right. You peer into the darkness as everybody begins to batten down for the night. The soft snores of your soundly slumbering companions is a stark difference to the wind, the alive forest, the creak and chirp of nighttime bird and toad and frog can be heard off in the distance. Nothing happens during your initial first watch, and before long, as you tend the fire, preventing it from going out, it's time for the second watch, and you are able to go to sleep. Who's on second watch?
That will be Dr. Akula.
Okay. You are now on watch. Roll spot. Or perception, rather. Good. You don't notice anything as you take up your second watch, and the weary first guard goes back to their bedroll to sleep. Do you do anything in particular during your watch?
Kind of just look around at what fauna I can with dark vision, while keeping an eye on the camp.
You have dark vision. Roll insight. Oh, man. Okay. You notice at one point, as you're looking around, that you're not seeing anything. Really. But then you notice something. The forest is very still. Very still. The place was so wild during the day that you couldn't make the place shut up. Birds were squawking. Bugs were buzzing. Leaves were rattling. Outside of your field of vision, you would always hear branches breaking or something scurrying out. And in the dead of night, there were peeping frogs, and nighttime birds and owls and all sorts of wildlife. But as if somebody had just hit the stop button on a music player, all of the sounds of the forest seemed to have stopped, save for the crackle of your fire. Everything has gotten quiet.
So, as a wood elf, this definitely gives me the heebie-jeebies.
As a wood elf, you feel nature has visibly stirred.
I'm gonna ready my spirit just in case, and then kind of take a more defensive position to kind of guard the folks as best I can, while also not really exposing myself. So maybe, actually, I'm gonna try and kind of stealth.
Where are you? Where are you right now from your position? Okay.
I'm right by the fire right now, so I'm gonna kind of move. Is the fire well still glowing?
It is still glowing.
I'm gonna kind of move to this, or one of the trees over to the what direction is that? Kind of southeast, and then kind to try to kind of stealth and keep an eye out.
Okay. As you're moving over, roll perception. Okay. You notice from where you are, you don't hear the break of a twig just yet. You see it before you hear it. One second. You see what appears to be a rotting corpse making its way through the tree line. It has one eye and no eyelids, and it appears red and irritated. Still meat clings from its bones, its skin mottled over and bruised and bloated. It's making a light hissing sound as it just meanders its way through the tree line. Just slowly, lazily making its way over.
It's coming towards the campfire, or is it kind of keeping a distance?
It's making its way slowly towards the campfire. As best as you can tell, like, it takes time to, like, lean against stuff and gets easily distracted and is walking off. It's clumsy. And it's very thick in the forest, so it's getting caught on things, too.
Okay. I'm gonna kind of move along the tree line, still stealthily, like
Okay.
try to get behind it to try to lure it away.
Sure. I had your last stealth check. You may just move.
So I'm kind of to the right of it right now.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna see if I can find like a rock or something and kind of chuck it deeper into the forest.
All right. So you're gonna make a sound deeper into the forest.
Yeah, try to lead it away.
All right. Let's see. The rotting corpse goes and looks in the direction of the object that you threw, and it does begin to turn and stagger off in the direction that you had just put it.
Okay, yeah, it's gonna be thrown towards the fire tree further away.
Okay. So it does begin to make its way deeper into the woods.
Okay, I'm gonna creep back to camp then.
Okay. Roll perception. On your way back to camp, you notice, out of the corner of both your eyes, 2 more zombies, slowly walking. Perhaps they heard the object that you threw. They're heading in the direction of the sound, but it's looking like it's starting to bring it in the direction towards the campfire. They're shambling.
I'm gonna softly start waking folks up, starting with Gibbs. Be like, hey, we got some company.
Huh? What?
I'm gonna point it over at the zombies.
Oh, I see.
You're rustled awake, and you do actually see that there are some rotten-looking corpses in various states of afterlife. One of them is missing an arm. The other one is hobbling with a broken leg. Some of them have eyes, some of them don't. But you are noticing that there's an increasing number of them. And it's uncertain if they know about you guys, but it's obvious that the fire is attracting them.
I'll
gonna
give
start-
I'll give Serial a kick.
Yeah, I'm gonna start waking up everybody and trying to keep them quiet, and then I'm gonna dim the fire.
Okay, you hush everybody. And dim the fire magically or by throwing something on it?
Put a little dirt on it.
Okay, roll survival. All right, you throw some dirt on it, and it makes the fire kind of flare up a little bit. It doesn't really quite extinguish it.
Alright, I'm just gonna point everybody towards the zombies, tell them kind of keep quiet, and just signal to kind of move into the tree lines to hide.
Seeing that that didn't work, may I use prestidigitation to snuff the campfire?
Hey, Kush Monster, thanks for the support, bud. Appreciate it. I'm paying attention to the group right now, so I'm not really interacting much with the chat, but thank you. Can you please repeat that?
Yeah. Seeing the trying to get it to go out didn't seem to be working.
Yep.
I was hoping to cast prestidigitation to snuff the campfire.
Okay. Roll a d20. You attempt to lower the campfire with your magic, and you're finding it's very hard to produce this simple spell. You manage to dim the fire a bit, but it does not go out. It does, however, the zombies do kind of like stop and stare in the direction. By now, you guys are now starting. You all notice the quiet of the forest, but you guys are now noticing or hearing the sound of cracking twigs as more and more gasps and groans of the undead can be heard.
All right, I'm gonna try to push people or help lift people up into the trees.
Okay.
And can I try and put the fire out with the water in my water skin?
Sure. Roll athletics, too, for those of you guys who are trying to climb trees. Wow, you guys are great climbers. Holy shit.
We're helping each other out.
Okay. You all managed to make it up into the trees except for D-Mystic and Boomtonic and JWT.
I'm gonna huddle underneath the.
I'm sorry, D-Mystic and JWT. They're the ones that did not make it up currently. Now you guys can assist them if you'd like.
Yeah, I'd like to assist them.
All right, I will give you guys advantage. You may re-roll.
Could I try to use Divine Sense?
What is it? What level spell and what does it do?
It's just an action for me. I can detect any undead within 60 feet.
Okay. Roll a d20. You concentrate. You find it's very difficult. It's very difficult. You don't know why. It's almost like there's something disrupting you from casting your magic. Like something's just literally getting in your way. And you focus. And you pray to your gods. And you reach for that spiritual connection. And it is very weak. But somewhere from a far distant plane, you hear an answer. Almost as if a warning. You detect, and of your radiation, of your aura, you can't even count the undead. You are seeing a few here, but you get the impression that there's dozens, maybe 100, within 60 feet of you. The energies resonating are cloistered together. They're moving in herds or large volumes. And now you can start to hear them too. The cricks and the cracks of the twigs and branches in the woods, replaced by almost like a bulldozing sound of hundreds of bodies moving through the woods, crushing the leaves, trampling the underbrush as they lurch forward. And the stench. You guys all begin to smell this heap of rotting meat, of dusty marrow, of soiled juices, as the unmistakable odor of cadavers and dead bodies begins to waft and invade all of your senses, as a most dire appearance of undead begins to wash over this once tranquil area. What are you... You manage to extinguish the fire. It goes out with a hiss. Some of the undead look in the area. And continue advancing in the direction. But they don't seem like they particularly noticed you putting it out.
Is everyone up in trees?
I was not yet, but I was going to try and climb up now.
You guys may make your actions.
Yep, I assist whoever's still trying to get up the trees.
I rolled a 19 on the second roll.
Okay. Yep, you may roll with advantage if you're assisting.
I'd like to stealth.
Okay. You hunker down into the trees. And together you guys are able to assist your companions in getting them up into... Yep, Bargy, you're able to get up into the tree. You guys are able to clamber up. Remember, I said you guys have advantage, because you're being helped.
I will actually go ahead and shapeshift into a giant spider. Just see if...
Okay.
Help. I will web them and help them up if they need help up first.
Well, you're not fighting the undead, you're just looking to...
At the moment, yeah, assist.
Okay, there's gotta be a spider prop here. Is there no spider prop?
Oh, there should be.
He has one in the character list.
Ah, alright. Ugh, it's awful. Okay. You transform into a giant spider and silently creep up to the top of the trees and use your webs to assist in drawing your companions up into a web that you produce. Is everybody off of the floor, though, right now? Or in trees? Or are there people still waiting to take actions?
I think so.
Yeah, I think we got everybody up.
Alright, so I will move these guys just to, like, you know, for representation purposes, just have you guys be up inside something. Alright. So. Are you guys familiar with skill challenges?
Yes.
Alright. You have all entered a skill challenge right now. You will be selecting skills that you feel will help you overcome this challenge. We will just simply go down the line for initiative order for this particular case. So, Laughing Knuck, Gibbs, what do you do for your skill? What do you do to either remain out of sight or overcome this encounter?
Say stealth, athletics, and survival.
Okay. You may make one of those checks and describe what you're doing.
I'll roll a stealth.
Okay, go for it.
Oof.
Okay. All right. You hunker down into your tree and brace yourself and accidentally snap a twig. Some of the undead draw closer. Alabaster, what do you do?
I will try hiding in the branches.
Okay, roll stealth. And you guys put the fire out. Okay. You hunker down. You notice as more undead approach that they do seem to be passing by your location. And you guys do see that more and more undead are converging, almost like a perfect circle, like they knew you were here. Bartholomew, what do you do?
I would like to use nature skill in this case, and what we had learned of the fire willow in being able to take a larger part that it burns for a little bit longer before going out.
Yep.
Use my nature skill to get a piece of the fire willow that'll burn for a little while, a matter of 5-7 seconds or so, using my telekinetic ability to create its version of a mage hand to take and carry one of these burning fronds away from us, almost as if like a torch being carried in the woods to draw the zombies towards it instead.
Roll a d20 for me, would you? Tiger Rider, welcome guys. You caught us with one of our bonus late night casts. This is a second stream that we're doing. On Fridays we have a persistent world campaign that we're running. It's eventually going to run 24 hours a day, 7 days a week without a DM necessary, although we will be having live events and community stuff going on. It's pretty good. I'd love to get you involved too, Tiger Rider, along with some other casters if you'd be interested. Thanks for bringing your crew in, buddy. I love you. Sorry for not spending too much time talking to you guys in chat. You guys are absolutely amazing. I respect the hell out of you. I've got a table of 12 people right here that are spending their valuable time with us, so please do not be offended, but I am going to need to focus on them. So I just wanted to take the time to greet you guys and say thank you for joining us. This is kind of our bonus D&D stuff that we do with community every Friday. And I love your face, Tiger Rider. I miss you, bud. Thank you so much for bringing your crew over here. You're a legend. My goodness. All right. Let me see. Did you roll that d20?
Yes, got a 5.
Got a 5. Okay. You've got your idea, and you begin to feel like your magic is failing you again in this territory. I'm going to give you an opportunity to re-roll with... Actually, no, that's not entirely true. Do you have advantage, or an advantage roll in your roster? An inspiration roll.
An inspiration, yes. I was actually just thinking if I could use an inspiration for this.
The Dungeon Master does not normally do this, but I would highly suggest this is one of those instances where you might want to use that.
Yep. I was thinking exactly the same. So yeah, if I can use it, I would like to for this.
Okay, and so you can re-roll it with inspiration for this particular one. I will allow you to do it. That's a little better. Okay. So, you feel your magic beginning to fail, and you tap into the power of nature, and you just try to focus. If only you can just focus. Perhaps you can tame this magical aura. You manage to... So are you cutting the fire willow frond, or did you already have one?
I was basically looking to cut, since we know that if you cut a longer length, that it takes a bit of time for it to burn through. I wanted to cut a long, fresh one to then have that telekinetic mage hand carry off.
Okay, so you roll a survival check for me real quick. Okay. You produce a slashed off frond of the fire willow tree. And yes, it's long enough that you manage to have the little flickers of light within the bell flowers continuing to illuminate. And you use Mage Hand to produce this levitating fire frond. Where do you send it? Just away?
Away, but not directly behind us. Off to a side, as if to try and divert what's coming to sort of sweep around where we are.
Okay, and how many feet can you do that? Roughly? Oopsies. Just didn't mean to do that.
It can move up to 30 feet away from me.
Okay. So... Bartholomew... You're not the spider, are you? Oh, that's Hunter. Okay, sorry. I know it's rough. Where are you? I don't see you. Should probably turn the lights up a little bit. It's still dark. Don't take this as weakness. I'm old. I can't see well. Yeah, where are you?
He's with Zero and Alabaster.
Is this him right here? Okay, good.
Yeah.
Alright, so 30 feet from there. And you want to do like this way?
Yep, basically trying to divert it off to the side of us.
Okay, so you produce a fire willow burn, and you levitate it over that way, and you notice many of the zombies going, and their attention turning and watching the frond, and they begin to stagger over to it. And as they're staggering over to it, though... Oh, this one's flying now for some reason. Is this... what's happening here? Put that lock. There we go. You are finding that there are a large... Why can't I grab these anymore? 1 second, guys. I'm having trouble. But there we go. You're finding that a lot of the undead I don't know if the trees are just turning invisible or if I made something not function the way it's supposed to, but I'm not able to easily place these models on the ground any longer. So bear with me, guys. I'm not sure what's happening. Okay. But yes, as you were saying before, you notice that the shambling pile of zombies is making their way like a filthy, rotting horde over to convene around where this light is. By now, they're beginning to traverse through your camp. They're sniffing at your bedrolls. Some of them are stepping on your pillows and marching through. Indeed, you don't quite see the full volume of the undead that are here, but you certainly do smell and you do hear them. And they are seemingly distracted by this fire for now. Okay. Continuing on. Ciro, what do you do? And Dovis, you are also on deck. You can make an action as well. What do you do for your skill challenge?
As I notice that Argy has done this and successfully lured them, I realize that the light seems to be luring them further, and I have a spell that will go 60 feet, and so I whisper to Bargy, I will try to help lure them away. When I cast my spell, reduce yours, so they will follow. And I will cast a sacred flame, off into the distance. 60
Okay.
feet.
Cool. So roll a d20.
And I'd like to use my inspiration.
Okay. That will be enough. You do manage to produce the fiery spell, although it feels like it takes all of the fibers of your being to summon it. Every divine notion that every favor you've ever curried seems to be enacting on here. The feeling, the presence of your god is faint, but this light offers hope. And you do manage to produce a more substantial flame over here. Now this seems to have immediately gotten the zombies' attention. But you got to keep in mind that they're all around you in an arc, so they are passing underneath you guys as well as they make their way over. And you're going to extinguish the other spell as you go?
Yep. Dropping the mage hand.
Okay. You drop the spell successfully. We move on to Eldrick and Karum. What do you do?
I hide in the branches of the tree.
All right.
And try to remain unseen.
Roll stealth. Platinum RPGs, thank you for the 22 months, pal. Really appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. Can you say that again, please? Sorry. Rolling a 10. Okay. You hunker down. You do not appear to have the zombies detecting you. And you as well, Karum. You manage to hold your breath as the zombies ravage through the campsite. One of them steps on a dropped apple grape frond. It squishes beneath their rotten foot as they make their way over. Hunter, followed by Hammer, followed by John Blackfrost.
Well, being the spider that I am, I just try to blend into the tree tops and whatnot. So, I'm gonna use the stealth roll.
Okay, roll it. Okay. As far as you can tell, you're able to evade detection as they shamble beneath you again. What about you, Hammer Hamill?
Well, I was thinking about observing these corpses more closely to check the level of their independence. I was thinking about rolling insight for this.
Okay.
To see if they are like acting independently and naturally, or
roll knowledge arcana.
Well, that's probably not my expertise. I have insight.
Okay.
But I can, if it works.
Oh, okay. I will allow you to roll insight because this is a skill challenge. I will allow you to roll insight. As far as you can tell, as you are observing these undead, you're not entirely certain if they are independent or if they are commanded. It does not... You can tell that they are not receiving individual directions, but you suspect there's a possibility that they could be patrolling, they could be defending, or they could be migrating. It's tough to say because you have probably never witnessed this volume of undead, quote-unquote, organically, without a known source in a place like this. And with that said, John Blackfrost and Dr. Acula.
Real quick, am I allowed to cast a spell first before a check?
Depends. What do you want to do? Because Bargy did something as well, so I would probably allow it.
I was hoping to cast invisibility and then go on a stealth roll.
Okay. I'll allow you to try. You gotta roll a d20 though before you cast this spell.
Fair enough.
You feel your magics almost fail you, but you gradually begin to vanish, trying to keep yourself quiet in the process. You may roll stealth.
Alright.
Alright, you, as far as you can tell, you are invisible and quiet, and a zombie passes right underneath you, and so you think that you're not seen. Dr. Acula, are you there?
Yes.
And I believe you're the last person, because Programmer dropped.
Okay.
So what do you do?
So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna take a look around and try to see if there is a clear escape route, or at least a way we can go that will
Like, save
help
you guys?
us. Yeah, hopefully save us.
Okay. Roll... Would it be wisdom or intelligence to try and recall something? Intelligence, right?
Well, so I wasn't gonna look at necessarily where we've been. I was just gonna try to do perception to see where the safest route ahead might be.
Okay.
And I'm gonna use my inspiration roll just in case.
Okay. Well, there's a... So in terms of, like, where you guys could go to escape this, it seems like holding still and doing nothing is doing pretty well right now. You don't know if fighting your way out is actually possible. The forest is so dense, though, and you're unfamiliar with these surroundings that you would know nowhere where to go. But you might be able to retrace your steps back to where the portal was, assuming it's active.
Okay.
Alright. And that's everybody in the round, right? Except for Pro Gamer?
Didn't Pro Gamer have the lightning bolt?
He does, as a matter of fact. Pro Gamer is in possession of the lightning bolt, and I'm going to assume that Pro Gamer is an NPC here. And, I am going to say that surrounded by all of these undead... Let's see, how far away are you guys all from each other? Okay. Finn produces the silver lightning bolt from his satchel and holds it up so that it glints in the moonlight to gesture that all of you should try to make your way over to him. You may all make a survival check, or an athletics check, or an acrobatics check, or a flat dex check to see if you climb your way over and meet up.
Me being a spider, would I have a little bit more of...
You're fine. You're a giant spider. Wow. Okay. All of you guys managed to get within proximity of the same tree, with the exception of Jugajuice and Bargy, who, with your acrobatics roll, you fall from the tree to the ground with a thud directly beneath everybody. and the sound causes all of the undead to suddenly turn in your direction. With a hiss, they begin to run and meander and gamble their way over. The smell of their rotting stench permeating the air, invading your nostrils. You can hear their rasping breath, so the gnashing of teeth, as the forest suddenly comes alive with a horrible rasp and moan. Pro Gamer has the lightning bolt, and he is seemingly trying to figure out how to use this thing. He's like holding it up in the air. He's waving it around. The zombies have obviously caught your attention now, and he's like, I don't know what to do with this thing, he says out loud, exasperated.
Don't we jam it into the ground?
It's...
into the ground.
He looks to you, Bargy. Bargy, catch! He throws it to you. There's a lightning bolt in the air. Make a sleight of hand or a dexterity check.
Am I, since I'm down on that tree too, can I assist somehow?
Yes, or you can try and snatch it.
I'll try and help out.
Alright, you may roll with advantage on this check, Bargy.
Alright, Tangent. What I'm gonna do is create a webbed wall to try and prevent them, buy them time.
Okay. You shoot your web wall from your spider butts, and a sickening amount of silk is sprayed into the woods. And at least from that side, we'll say from here to here, is obscured for a bit with your terrible spider webbing. That actually works quite well. I don't know if you can see that or not. Okay, so you try to buy them time. Bargy, you rolled a 19 with your sleight of hand. You grab with both of you together, clasp your hands around the silver thunderbolts. It's in your hands. What do you do?
Yell at everyone, drop to us! And going to look to smite this into the ground, point first.
You raise your hand and you jam the tip of the lightning bolt into the ground, and immediately the ground erupts with a blasting white light and a clap of thunder, and wind begins to pick up with hurricane gale forces, and the zombies are staggered, and the full breadth of the situation you are in is briefly illuminated. You see many glinting eyes in the reflection of the light. You are surrounded by a sea of the dead. The lightning begins to rain down upon the area as it did before, and you can tell that the lightning lane is opening. What do you guys do?
Jump through it.
Dive through.
Yep.
Jump through it.
Okay.
Get on in.
Yep.
Should we grab whatever you can first?
Grab what?
Should we grab our sleeping bags? Is it possible?
That's on you. You want to try?
I would like to try. I have a 70-foot movement with dashing.
Okay, you may attempt. Well, I mean, you can just do it.
Yeah,
you got the
Yeah,
distance.
I'm gonna grab my stuff. Yep.
Yeah, I'll grab my stuff.
I'll grab a bunch of people's stuff.
All right, you guys collectively grab the stuff. We'll say you guys are able to. And you dive into the thunderbolt as the horde wall of rotting flesh crashes into the campsite, and you guys are all whisked away into the cosmos, and feeling yourself breaking apart as you spiral through the lightning lanes. And it seems like it takes forever. You guys may all move your characters back over to this side of the portal. Over here. With a flash of thunder, the lightning lanes drop you within the sanctum of the prison of Pandora, within the vault of the Infinitorium. You're feeling very stunned. Zeus is not here. As a matter of fact, there is only the two serpents that are the snake people, the Slith that are concentrating on the portal. All of you make it through. What do you guys say?
Thank the gods for that.
Close it. Close it now.
There's undead behind us.
And suddenly, several of the zombies pour through. The Slith weave their hands together and shut the portal. However, there are several undead that have already breached through. From unseen locations, however, a Slith warrior emerges from shadows and engages the first of the undead that steps through and slashes it by the throat, its head slipping off from its shoulders before it is also unseamed at the waist, that one corpse falling in a bloody shamble. The rest of you guys, what do you do? Does anybody attack this other zombie that's stepping through?
I do.
I'm stabbing it right with my spear.
All right, you guys may all roll collective attacks if you like. All right, if you rolled at least a 10, you may deal damage.
I'm having to reset my character sheet.
Ten firebolt damage.
Okay. A bit panicked, all of you lash out at this undead, and it is cut to ribbons, incinerated, and drops dead to the ground, re-dead again, leaving two zombie corpses at the base of this portal that is now being forced shut by the other Slith. This serpentine warrior here looks to the party as you all return. I will inform the council. And begins to make their way away. Ladies and gentlemen, we pause here. You have successfully returned to quote-unquote home base. You have food and lodging at one of the inns here in Olympus, as a matter of fact. It is... Let's see... One second. You are staying tonight at the Golden Apple. It is a rather luxurious estate where visitors from other planes are welcomed, and you have lodging for the week, with the intention of going back to the next adventure. So, this is where we are going to cut for tonight. Everybody here earns a event token, an experience point, and basically the way it works is you need as much experience points equal to your level to level. So, if you're level 1, you get 1 EXP. You go to level 2. If you're level 2, you got to attend basically 2 events so that you get 2 EXP. This is starting now, though, so previous events this week and previously don't count. So you will all be marking down, and we will be tallying an event participation for this one. You guys will all earn collectively 30 gold each for all of your efforts. And we will go over your findings throughout the week. I want you guys to post in the D&D chats any research or anything that you would like to do with the items that you've acquired on this. And we'll go over next week with the stuff that happens with the findings that you got here. Everything that you've done is considered canon and will be shaping the campaign moving forward. So, I know we didn't really... Well, that could have turned into a big combat situation. We didn't get to do a whole lot of combat. I hope you guys had fun regardless. This is kind of more of a tone-setting situation. But yes, this week's session is considered complete.
Sorry, the 30 gold, is that 30 gold between us or
no,
30 gold each?
Each. I'm not
Okay,
that
thank you.
stingy. not that stingy.
Yeah, this was an absolute blast. I think it was a great way to introduce the setting.
And I apologize for the lack of table stuff at the beginning. I just literally couldn't make Olympus. Right now.
No, I would love to see Olympus. I would love to see it. It would be great to have that at some point in the future.
I wasn't sure how you guys were going to be receiving that notion that the people who you are hiring are literally the Olympians. But public domain is wild, man. So we got that going on for a little bit.
Sure as hell didn't expect it.
Yeah.
Yep. I'm glad it wasn't like, you know what sounds good? Let's murder zombies.
Now, with this said, you guys have unlocked a couple of things. For example, soon, Slith will be playable characters in the campaign. These guardians that are here, as well as Olympians. They are citizens of Olympus. And there was one other important thing I was going to say, but it is escaping me now. Gosh darn it. Man, crap. There was one other thing I was going to say, and I'm not remembering it right now, and I'm sorry about that. But I will, okay, so all of the research that you guys do throughout the week, and like whatever scenes and stuff that you guys want to like play with each other, like we'll figure out some compensation stuff for that and any ways for you to get your research done. Here's a major thing that's going to happen. You guys have discovered that other gods exist. Guess what? You can worship these gods, and they will have bonuses for that. You guys may not have noticed it already, but you guys already saw a Paladin of Zeus earlier today, which was Dresden. But I will have that fleshed out for you guys, but the pantheon of actual Greek gods are going to be added to the D&D roster and provide unique benefits for them. And as other ones are discovered, the more obscure ones, perhaps they will also be, too. But when you say Slith, is that the Tuanti pureblood race, which are snake people from Val's Guide to Monsters? I will probably be customizing the race entirely, but they are intended to be like a Naga serpentine race, so it could be that. I don't know what that race actually is. But Yuan T Pureblood, it very likely could be that one, if it's the one I'm thinking of. But these guys are a race from a setting that I made up in 2008-7. Helios and Dionysus hype. What was that?
So any of the classical Greek gods are available, are they?
They basically will be, because they exist, and they have power here, and you can believe in them, and they can support you. So, like, I'm going to be going, like, so, like, the short list right now, like, Zeus, Poseidon, Hades, Dionysus, Hermes, Athena, Apollo, you know, like, it's the major players, and the slightly obscure ones. So, like, a lesser god that's just of something small, maybe not, but I won't necessarily say no to it. Just, like, tell me what you want and what you're interested in, and we'll work something out.
Yeah, definitely have ideas brewing here.
Okay.
I know,
Cool.
Sam.
Well,
I know, out of character for Ciro, deciding between Dionysus and Helios is going to be like the decision.
There will be interesting things for that, too. But yes, guys, the session is complete, and I hope you guys had fun. Again, apologies for the lack of boards and lack of Dungeon Master tools. I wanted to hide this whole board except have you see through the portal. I just couldn't do it in the time frame that I had. Realistically, I need about another month to make this campaign totally ready, but I want to get it off the ground. So if you guys are willing to put up with our growing pains in our construction, work in progress, we can still have a lot of fun, I think. I'd much rather do that than kick it down the lane. But things are going to start ramping up from here. Where you guys don't have your permanent character lodgings yet. You are not citizens of Olympus, but we are working towards a place where you will be able to do your 24-hour, if you guys, like I saw earlier, like if D-Mystic and Boomtonic wanted to study the Fire Willow and do and you guys got together in Discord and did your own RP session for something like that and cataloged it, yeah, we could work out some rewards for that. Upcoming activities, because you guys noticed stuff like the Coliseum, PvP will be opening pretty soon. It's completely optional. There are rewards for participating. Basically, it's if you participate, there is some form of advancement that you get, and if you win, you get credit towards sparring medals. And sparring medals are alternative advancement. Alternative advancement is going to be something that's going to be pretty big in our campaign. I'm going to be having a separate kind of character level thing for all of you guys, where at certain increments you get just bonuses that you don't get for leveling in D&D, because it takes too long. So, for example, if you wanted to raise your maximum hit points, we're going to be having, physical fitness challenges, where, if your character wants to go logging, or mining, or jogging, or swimming, or pearl diving in the ocean or something like that, we'll have a system for you to exert physicality, and depending on how well you do in that, you can permanently increase your hit points. If you get sparring medals, you will permanently increase some of your attack stats. And these are just optional ways of advancing your character and giving you ways to kind of continue playing the game with each other without the presence of a dungeon master necessarily. So
if we were to arrange some sort of activities like a gym or a running track or something that we wanted to exercise in, that would count.
That would literally, yes. So when you guys establish a colony, if one of you guys is like, hey, I want to have us do drilling and fight practice dummies and just do some attack rolls against them, can we do that? Yeah, we'll consider that a physical fitness type thing, and you guys will all participate and you guys will all get credit and things like that. You got to keep in mind that it's going to be a little feeble, a little flimsy as I try and get activities for you guys, and especially for logging purposes, but something to keep in mind, we did have stuff like this with hundreds of players before, and this was a lot of fun for them. I'll be showing you guys some more stuff for that down the road. But, the last time I did a game like this, we had about 600 registered players, and we had about 36 people per event simultaneously doing these. And all throughout the week, they were sparring, dueling, running races, doing push-ups, drilling in their militia, doing guard detail work. Someone who was a chef asked me if they could peel potatoes for physical fitness, and I was like, sure, you want to do that? You can totally do that. Yeah. We're on Tabletop Sim? Nah, this is Tailspire. You should totally check it out and buy it. It's wonderful. But yeah, so the sky's the limit for this, and I'm going to do my damnedest to make sure that we are getting this stuff ready, but there's a lot of growing pains. I'm working on buying a website for us to work on some database stuff. Prestonio's helping me with records keeping, and of course we want to make sure that everybody has a chance to get loot and stuff like that. So, yeah, moving forward is going to be really exciting. I'm looking forward to it. There might be some instances where we have smaller groups. We'll let you guys know when that happens, but for right now, yeah, rock on. Look over your loot, see if any of you guys may have leveled and things like that, if you got from that 1 EXP. If this is your first event that you've ever been a part of, and you're level 1, congratulations, you're level 2. If you're level 2, you're halfway to level 3. Alright?
Sounds good.
Sounds awesome.
So,
well, this
and just for a crude kind of comparison, when you picture Olympus, picture an ancient Greek equivalent to Marvel's Wakanda. You know what I mean? So it's everybody's wearing cultural togas and engaging in a lot of that sort of stuff, but there's a seamless technological magical combination together that is just incredible and different. Okay? But with that said, guys, it's very late. If I'm going to be up in time for cast tomorrow, it's already like almost midnight my time, and who knows where it is wherever you guys are. I'd like to thank you guys for tuning in, and I hope you guys enjoyed it, but this session is a wrap. So go forth, discuss whatever you guys want to. Like, if you guys wanted to get together and like roleplay discussing what you guys have found, or what you guys want to like convey to Zeus or the council when the time comes, like feel free to do that, okay? But again, guys, thank you very much. Session is a wrap.
All right, thanks a lot.
Thank you.
That's great.
Thank you, guys. Thank you very much. Have a good one. Be safe. Not like you're driving home from the D&D session, but still, have a good one. And good night. Okay. Well, chat, that was a small taste of what's to come. We got a lot of growing pains, but the intention of this is to be more or less a living world, one that runs 24 hours a day. I would actually really love it if I could get some of my streamer friends involved and have them kind of maybe even be a rotation of parties where, you know, maybe they're going on some of the adventures and the entirety of the game is also kind of like a living, breathing world for all of that too. Thank you guys very much for tuning in. I hope you guys had fun. As you guys can tell, this is a labor of love and something that is just for you guys. Like, we could be playing Ashes of Creation. We could have kept playing Ashes of Creation and having super awesome viewership for that. But like, I promised you guys some D&D, and every time that I'm physically able to make good on my promises, I'm gonna do that. I don't care if we got a testing phase for a game. So next Friday, we're gonna do another one. Thank you, Milk Carton, for the 100 bits. I really appreciate that. And yeah, missed a lot when I was helping my wife, but what I saw looked super cool. Thanks, Platinum. Thanks, MD Hatter, and thank you, Fahimster. Thank you, everybody. I hope you guys enjoyed it. I only have a tiny stream, but that sounds like a ton of fun. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of work, but I think it's going to be a lot of fun. But I gotta get going, guys, because if I'm gonna get up for stream tomorrow, I gotta make sure that I'm getting ready. But session 1 of the Guardians of the Gateway is a wrap. The gathering is complete. I'm ready to move on. All right, guys, I'm going to bed. Have a good one. Thank you so much, mods. Thank you so much for staying up with us. Moo, you're amazing. Prestonio, I know you're asleep right now, but thank you so much for everything. And all of our amazing players, we couldn't do it without you. And to all of you guys who support us, thanks, guys. You know, last time I did a game like this with so many people, it was, 60 hours a week of my own time outside of work. So the fact that I'm able to produce content like this with support from you guys, it means a lot to me. Thanks. I really love it. And I hope that you guys enjoy it too. There's a lot more on the way. That's a wrap, though. Good night, guys. Thank you very much. See you tomorrow. Salutes up. Next time, right here at twitch.tv. I'm so tired of mumbling. Next time, right here at twitch.tv/tangent. Have a good one, everybody. Take care of each other. And thank you for enjoying my content. It means the world to me. We'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.